Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we return with another chilling collection of accounts that have been deliberately buried beneath layers of silence and deception. In this episode we will dive deep into the shadowed corners of small-town America with 8 harrowing tales of secret societies operating in plain sight, controlling entire communities through fear, manipulation, and unspeakable acts. These organizations may present themselves as harmless civic groups, historical societies, or charitable foundations. But behind their respectable facades lies a darkness that has claimed countless innocent lives. Each story you are about to hear has been meticulously researched and compiled from witness testimonies, leaked documents, and survivors who risked everything to expose the truth. The names of locations and individuals have been carefully altered to protect those who courageously came forward, as many of these secret societies continue to operate with impunity to this day. From the rolling hills of Vermont to the plains of Kansas, these clandestine organizations have woven themselves so deeply into the fabric of their communities that questioning their authority has proven fatal for many who dared to investigate. If you are new here, make sure to subscribe to Buried Files for daily true horror content that reveals the disturbing secrets hidden in our own backyards. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when we uncover the conspiracies that they never wanted you to know about. Angela Morrison never expected to inherit anything from her great-aunt Ruth, a woman she had met only once at a distant family reunion when she was 12 years old. Ruth had been a spinster who lived alone in rural Montana, sending Christmas cards with $5 bills tucked inside but otherwise maintaining no contact with the extended family. So when a lawyer from Riverside, Montana called to inform Angela that she had inherited a house, 20 acres of land, and a small savings account, it felt like winning an unexpected lottery. The drive from Denver to Riverside took Angela through some of the most beautiful country she had ever seen. Rolling grasslands stretched to the horizon, broken by patches of cottonwood trees and the occasional ranch house sitting alone under the vast Montana sky. Riverside itself was exactly what she had expected from a small town with a population of 1,203 people. Main Street consisted of a few blocks of brick buildings from the early 1900s. A grain elevator that dominated the skyline, and the kind of wide streets that had been designed for horse-drawn wagons. Great-Aunt Ruth's house sat on the outskirts of town, a modest 2-story farmhouse surrounded by fields that had been leased to neighboring ranchers for decades. The lawyer, a soft-spoken man named Harold Perkins, met Angela at the property to hand over the keys and explain the inheritance. Ruth had been 91 when she died peacefully in her sleep, he explained, and had lived in the same house for more than 60 years. She had been active in community affairs right up until the end, particularly with an organization called the Riverside Fellowship that operated the town's food bank and homeless shelter. Angela had taken a leave of absence from her job as a marketing coordinator in Denver to spend a month in Riverside, sorting through Ruth's belongings and deciding whether to sell the property or keep it as a weekend retreat. The house was filled with decades of accumulated possessions, from Depression-era furniture to boxes of photographs documenting Ruth's involvement in various community organizations. Angela found herself fascinated by the glimpses into her great-aunt's life, particularly her extensive volunteer work with the Riverside Fellowship. The fellowship had been founded in 1972 by Pastor David Brennan, a charismatic minister who had arrived in Riverside with a vision of creating a truly Christian community where neighbors looked after one another and no one went hungry or homeless. Unlike traditional churches that focused primarily on Sunday services, the fellowship operated 7 days a week, providing meals for the elderly, temporary housing for families in crisis, and job training programs for anyone who needed help getting back on their feet. Angela's first encounter with the fellowship came on her 3rd day in town, when Pastor Brennan knocked on her door with a casserole and a warm welcome to the community. He was a man in his 60s with silver hair, kind eyes, and the sort of gentle manner that immediately put people at ease. He had known Ruth for decades, he explained, and wanted to express his condolences while also letting Angela know that the fellowship was there to help if she needed anything during her stay in Riverside. Pastor Brennan invited Angela to attend the fellowship's weekly community dinner, held every Wednesday evening in the basement of what had once been the Methodist Church. The building had been purchased by the fellowship years earlier when the Methodist congregation dwindled to just a handful of elderly members. Angela accepted the invitation, curious to learn more about the organization that had been such an important part of her great-aunt's life. The community dinner was exactly what Angela had expected from a small-town charity event. About 60 people gathered around long tables sharing a simple but hearty meal of pot roast, mashed potatoes, and green beans. The crowd was a mix of elderly residents, young families, and a few individuals who looked like they might be staying at the fellowship's homeless shelter. Pastor Brennan said grace before the meal, thanking God for bringing the community together and asking for continued blessings on their work helping those in need. After dinner, Pastor Brennan gave a brief presentation about the fellowship's activities and encouraged everyone to volunteer however they could. The organization operated on a shoestring budget, he explained, relying entirely on donations and volunteer labor to keep their programs running. They were always looking for people to help serve meals, sort donations at the thrift store, or provide transportation for elderly residents who needed help getting to medical appointments. Angela volunteered to help with the thrift store, thinking it would give her something productive to do while she sorted through Ruth's belongings. The store occupied a former auto parts shop on Main Street, its windows filled with donated furniture, clothing, and household items. The manager was a cheerful woman in her 50s named Carol Hendricks, who had been volunteering with the fellowship since its early days and seemed to know everyone in town. Working at the thrift store gave Angela a different perspective on Riverside's social dynamics. The customers were a mix of bargain hunters and people who genuinely needed affordable goods, but Carol had an uncanny ability to distinguish between the two groups. Regular customers who were struggling financially were quietly offered additional discounts or allowed to take items without payment, while tourists passing through town paid full price for the same merchandise. It was during her second week volunteering that Angela began to notice some troubling patterns in the fellowship's operations. Several times she observed Carol having whispered conversations with customers, arrangements that seemed to involve more than just buying used clothing or furniture. These conversations always took place near the back of the store, away from other customers, and invariably ended with the customer leaving through the rear exit rather than the front door. Angela's curiosity was further piqued when she discovered that the thrift store's back room contained far more merchandise than could fit in the main retail space. Boxes and bags of donated items were stacked to the ceiling, creating narrow aisles between towering walls of goods. Carol explained that they were always behind on processing donations, but something about her explanation did not ring true. Why would a charity store hold back merchandise when they needed money to fund their programs? The answer became clearer when Angela volunteered to help with the fellowship's weekly food distribution. Every Saturday morning, volunteers loaded trucks with groceries and delivered them to elderly residents and families who could not make it to the fellowship's main location. Angela was assigned to ride along with a driver named Tom Martinez, a quiet man in his 30s who seemed uncomfortable with small talk but knew exactly where to find every recipient on their route. The food distribution route took them to some of the poorest areas around Riverside, including a cluster of mobile homes near the railroad tracks and several isolated farmhouses where elderly residents lived alone. At each stop, Tom would carry boxes of groceries to the door while Angela waited in the truck. She noticed that the conversations at each door lasted much longer than necessary for a simple food delivery, and recipients often handed Tom envelopes or small packages before he returned to the truck. When Angela asked Tom about the extended conversations, he became evasive and changed the subject. The people on their route were grateful for the fellowship's help, he said, and sometimes liked to chat about their lives or share news about their families. It was an important part of the organization's mission to provide not just material assistance, but also human connection to isolated members of the community. Angela might have accepted this explanation if not for what she discovered in Ruth's personal papers. Hidden in a shoebox at the back of her great-aunt's closet was a collection of documents that painted a very different picture of the Riverside Fellowship's activities. Bank statements showed that Ruth had been making monthly payments to the fellowship for years, far more than reasonable donations to a charity organization. More disturbing were handwritten notes in Ruth's careful script, documenting her concerns about the fellowship's special services, and her fear that she was being watched by other members of the organization. One note, dated just 3 months before Ruth's death, was particularly chilling. Ruth wrote that she had discovered the true purpose of the fellowship's food distribution program and was planning to contact authorities outside of Riverside. She was convinced that Pastor Brennan and his inner circle were using the organization's charitable work as a cover for illegal activities, possibly involving the elderly residents who received regular visits from fellowship volunteers. Ruth's final note expressed her terror that the fellowship had discovered her suspicions. She wrote that her house was being watched, her phone calls were being monitored, and she was afraid to leave her property alone. She had hidden copies of evidence in various locations around the house and hoped that someday someone would find them and expose the truth about the Riverside Fellowship's operations. Angela spent the next 2 days searching every inch of Ruth's house, following clues from her great-aunt's cryptic notes. In the basement, hidden behind a loose stone in the foundation wall, she found a manila envelope containing photographs, financial records, and a detailed journal documenting the fellowship's criminal activities. The evidence painted a picture of systematic exploitation that had been operating for decades under the guise of Christian charity. The fellowship's food distribution program was actually a drug trafficking network that used elderly residents as unwitting intermediaries. Volunteers would deliver groceries containing hidden packages of illegal substances, then collect payment and redistribute the drugs through the thrift store and other fellowship operations. Elderly recipients who became suspicious or threatened to report the activities were systematically isolated and eventually eliminated through carefully administered drug overdoses that appeared to be natural deaths. Ruth's journal documented at least 15 suspicious deaths among fellowship food recipients over the past 10 years, all elderly individuals who had died alone in their homes after expressing concerns about the organization's activities. The local sheriff, Rita Valdez, was either complicit in the cover-up or incompetent, because none of these deaths had triggered serious investigations despite the obvious pattern. Even more horrifying was Ruth's discovery that the fellowship was also involved in elder abuse and financial exploitation on a massive scale. The organization systematically identified isolated elderly residents, gained their trust through charitable services, then gradually assumed control over their finances and medical care. Victims were encouraged to name the fellowship as beneficiaries in their wills, then died under suspicious circumstances that allowed the organization to inherit their property and assets. Angela realized that she was in immediate danger. If the fellowship had killed Ruth to prevent her from exposing their activities, they would not hesitate to eliminate Ruth's heir who had inherited the evidence. She packed the most damaging documents in her car and drove directly to the state capitol, where she presented the evidence to the Montana Attorney General's office and requested protection for herself and any other potential witnesses. The investigation that followed revealed the full scope of the Riverside Fellowship's criminal enterprise. Pastor David Brennan and 12 of his associates were arrested on charges ranging from drug trafficking to elder abuse to multiple counts of murder. The organization had been responsible for the deaths of at least 23 people over 15 years, using their charitable activities as a perfect cover for systematic exploitation of the most vulnerable members of their community. Sheriff Rita Valdez was also arrested, charged with corruption and obstruction of justice for her role in covering up the fellowship's crimes. The investigation revealed that she had received regular payments from the organization and had deliberately failed to investigate suspicious deaths among elderly residents. Angela Morrison never returned to Riverside after testifying at the trial. She sold her great-aunt's property and donated the proceeds to legitimate organizations that actually helped elderly residents. The house where Ruth had lived and died now stands empty, its windows boarded up like a monument to the victims of a charity organization that used compassion as a weapon against the people they pretended to serve. Marcus Whitfield had been covering small-town politics for the Burlington Herald for over 15 years, but nothing had prepared him for what he would uncover in Millfield, Vermont. The assignment seemed routine enough when his editor handed it to him on a gray October morning. The town of 847 residents had been selected for a state heritage grant worth $2 million, and the paper wanted a feel-good piece about rural communities preserving their historical character. What Marcus discovered instead would haunt him for the rest of his life. Millfield sat nestled in a valley between rolling hills covered in sugar maples, their leaves burning red and gold in the autumn light. Main Street looked like something from a Norman Rockwell painting, complete with a white steepled church, a general store with wooden floors that creaked under your feet, and houses with wraparound porches where elderly residents waved from their rocking chairs. The Millfield Preservation Society had done an exceptional job maintaining the town's 19th century charm, right down to the gas street lamps that cast warm pools of light along the sidewalks each evening. Eleanor Ashworth, the Society's president, met Marcus at the town's small historical museum on his first day. She was a woman in her 70s with silver hair pulled back in a perfect bun and the kind of measured speech that suggested years of public speaking. Her handshake was firm, her smile welcoming, and her knowledge of local history was encyclopedic. She walked him through displays of Civil War artifacts, pioneer farming tools, and sepia photographs of long-dead residents whose descendants still lived in the same houses their great-great-grandparents had built. The Preservation Society had been founded in 1968, Eleanor explained, when developers from Boston had threatened to build a shopping complex on the outskirts of town. A group of concerned citizens had banded together to protect Millfield's character, eventually succeeding in having the entire downtown district listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Since then, the society had grown to include nearly every business owner and prominent family in town. They controlled what could be built, what could be renovated, and what needed to be preserved exactly as it was. Marcus spent his first few days interviewing longtime residents and photographing the pristine Victorian houses that lined Elm Street. Everyone he spoke with praised the Preservation Society's work. The town had avoided the strip malls and chain restaurants that had invaded other rural communities. Property values had remained stable even during economic downturns. Young families were moving to Millfield specifically because it offered the kind of safe, traditional environment that seemed to be disappearing everywhere else in New England. But there were subtle things that began to bother Marcus as he continued his reporting. When he asked about families who had moved away from Millfield, conversations became awkward and vague. People would mention that so-and-so had decided to try their luck elsewhere, or had found better opportunities in the city, but could never provide specific details about where these former residents had gone or what they were doing now. When Marcus asked for contact information so he could interview some of these families for a broader perspective on the town's development, he was told that most people had lost touch over the years. The town's public records also struck him as oddly incomplete. The clerk's office had meticulous documentation going back to the 1800s, but there were strange gaps in more recent decades. Death certificates, property transfers, and even high school graduation records seemed to be missing for certain years, particularly the late 1980s and mid-1990s. When Marcus asked about these gaps, he was told that there had been a fire in the basement storage area and some documents had been damaged beyond recovery. Deputy Jim Krakowski was the only person Marcus encountered who seemed genuinely uncomfortable discussing the Preservation Society. Jim was a big man in his 40s who had grown up in Millfield, left for college and a stint in the Army, then returned home to join the small police force. When Marcus interviewed him at the tiny police station, Jim kept glancing toward the door and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. The Preservation Society was definitely committed to maintaining the town's character, Jim said, but sometimes their methods were a bit extreme. They had unofficial authority that went far beyond what was written in any municipal code. If someone wanted to change the color of their shutters or replace their front steps, they needed society approval. If a business wanted to update its sign or modify its storefront, Eleanor Ashworth and her committee had final say. People who ignored these unofficial rules often found themselves facing endless bureaucratic obstacles, unexpected tax assessments, or mysterious problems with their utilities. Jim told Marcus about a young couple who had moved to Millfield 3 years earlier and bought a rundown house on Maple Street. They had big plans to renovate the property, turning it into a bed and breakfast that would attract tourists interested in the town's historical character. But they made the mistake of beginning work without consulting the Preservation Society first. Within a week of starting renovations, they were cited for code violations. Their building permits were mysteriously revoked, and their contractor received anonymous threats that convinced him to abandon the project. The couple tried to fight the bureaucratic roadblocks for months, but eventually gave up and sold the house to Eleanor Ashworth's nephew for a fraction of what they had invested. Marcus asked Jim if he had investigated the anonymous threats against the contractor, but the deputy just shrugged. The contractor had never filed an official complaint, and without a formal report, there was nothing to investigate. Besides, Jim added with a bitter smile, the Preservation Society had been very generous to the police department over the years. Their annual fundraising dinner had paid for new equipment, vehicle upgrades, and even Jim's salary increases. It would be difficult to investigate people who were essentially his employers. The conversation with Deputy Krakowski left Marcus with more questions than answers, so he decided to dig deeper into the Preservation Society's finances. As a non-profit organization, their tax records were public, but obtaining them required a formal request to the state. While waiting for those documents, Marcus drove to the county seat and spent a day in the courthouse researching property transfers and business licenses. What he found there made his blood run cold. Over the past 20 years, the Preservation Society had acquired ownership of more than 60% of the residential properties in Millfield. Sometimes these acquisitions were straightforward purchases, but more often they involved complicated arrangements where the society would buy a mortgage from a bank, then foreclose when the owner encountered financial difficulties. In several cases, the society had purchased properties from families who had suddenly decided to move away from town, often selling for well below market value as if they were desperate to leave quickly. The pattern became even more disturbing when Marcus cross-referenced these property transfers with missing person reports from neighboring towns. At least 12 people who had sold property to the Preservation Society had never been seen again after leaving Millfield. Their families had filed missing person reports with state police, but the investigations had gone nowhere. The missing individuals had apparently withdrawn their savings in cash, abandoned their jobs without notice, and vanished without contacting relatives or friends. State police had classified these as voluntary disappearances by adults who had chosen to start new lives elsewhere. Marcus tried to contact some of these missing persons' relatives, but the conversations were frustrating and frightening. Family members were reluctant to discuss their missing loved ones, and several people hung up when Marcus identified himself as a reporter. One woman, the sister of a man who had disappeared after selling his house to the Preservation Society, agreed to meet Marcus at a diner 30 miles from Millfield. She arrived looking over her shoulder and speaking in whispers. clearly terrified that someone might overhear their conversation. Her brother had been planning to move to Florida after retiring from his job at the paper mill, she explained. He had lived in the same house his whole life, raised his children there after his wife died, and was looking forward to a quiet retirement somewhere warm. But something had changed in his final weeks in Millfield. He became paranoid and jumpy, convinced that people were watching his house and following him around town. He told his sister that he had discovered something terrible about the Preservation Society, something that put him in danger. Before he could explain what he had learned, he was dead. The official cause of death was listed as a heart attack, but his sister had never believed that explanation. Her brother had been in excellent health, with no history of heart problems. More importantly, his body had been discovered in the basement of his house, which made no sense because he never went down there. The basement stairs were steep and narrow, and his arthritis made it difficult for him to navigate them safely. The Preservation Society had arranged for a quick cremation before his sister could request an autopsy, claiming that her brother had specified cremation in a will that no one had ever seen. Marcus left that conversation with a growing certainty that he was investigating something far more sinister than historical preservation. The missing persons, the property acquisitions, the incomplete records, and the climate of fear that seemed to permeate the town all pointed toward a conspiracy that had been operating for decades. But he needed hard evidence, something more substantial than suspicious coincidences and frightened whispers. His breakthrough came when he finally received the Preservation Society's financial records from the state. Hidden among pages of routine expenses and fundraising income was a series of payments to a company called Heritage Transport Services. These payments, totaling more than $800,000 over 5 years, were listed as restoration consulting fees, but the amounts were far too large for any legitimate consulting work. When Marcus researched Heritage Transport Services, he discovered that it was a shell company with no employees, no office, and no legitimate business operations. The company's only listed asset was a fleet of refrigerated trucks. Marcus spent a sleepless night in his hotel room trying to piece together the implications of what he had discovered. A preservation society with access to refrigerated trucks, a pattern of missing persons who had owned valuable property, and a town where asking too many questions could be dangerous. The conclusion was almost too horrible to accept, but the evidence was overwhelming. The Millfield Preservation Society was not just preserving historical buildings. They were systematically murdering residents who posed a threat to their operations, then disposing of the bodies while seizing their property. The next morning, Marcus packed his belongings and checked out of his hotel before dawn. He had enough evidence to write his story, but he needed to get far away from Millfield before publishing it. As he drove through the center of town one final time, Eleanor Ashworth stepped out of the historical museum and waved goodbye with her characteristic warm smile. Marcus waved back, fighting the urge to floor the accelerator and flee as fast as his car could carry him. 3 weeks later, Marcus Whitfield's expose appeared on the front page of newspapers across New England. Within hours, state and federal law enforcement agencies had launched a massive investigation into the Millfield Preservation Society. What they uncovered was even worse than Marcus had suspected. The society had been operating a sophisticated human trafficking network, kidnapping residents who threatened to expose their activities and selling them to criminal organizations in major cities. The refrigerated trucks were used to transport victims who had been drugged and told they were being relocated to new jobs in other states. Eleanor Ashworth and 14 other society members were arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder, kidnapping, and organized crime. The investigation revealed that the society had been responsible for the deaths of at least 37 people over 2 decades. Many of the missing persons had not left town voluntarily. They had been murdered in the basement of the historical museum, their bodies dissolved in acid, and their property seized through forged documents. Marcus Whitfield received a Pulitzer Prize for his investigative reporting, but the recognition brought him no satisfaction. He had exposed a monstrous conspiracy, but he could not bring back the victims or undo the years of terror that had gripped Millfield. The town still exists today, its Victorian houses and gas street lamps preserved exactly as they were, but most of the buildings stand empty now. Few people want to live in a place where a historical preservation society turned into a criminal organization that murdered anyone who threatened their perfect vision of small-town America. Tommy Rodriguez had saved for 3 years to open his auto repair shop in Cedar Grove, Alabama, a small town of 2,156 residents that sat along Highway 82 between Montgomery and Tuscaloosa. The town had seemed perfect for his business venture when he first visited in the spring of 2021. Main Street still had the bones of prosperity from decades past, with solid brick buildings that had housed thriving businesses during the cotton boom years. The rent was affordable, the location had good visibility from the highway, and there was clearly a need for honest automotive service in a community where many residents drove older vehicles that required regular maintenance. Tommy had grown up in Birmingham, the son of Mexican immigrants who had taught him the value of hard work and treating customers fairly. He had spent 15 years working for other people's shops, learning every aspect of automotive repair while saving money and building a reputation for reliable service. When he finally opened Rodriguez Auto Service in a former gas station on the outskirts of Cedar Grove's downtown district, he felt like he was achieving the American dream his parents had sacrificed so much to make possible. The first few months went exactly as Tommy had hoped. Word spread quickly in the small town that the new mechanic was honest, skilled, and charged fair prices for his work. Farmers brought in their pickup trucks. Elderly residents trusted him with their carefully maintained sedans, and young families appreciated his willingness to explain what was wrong with their vehicles and offer options that fit their budgets. Tommy hired 2 part-time employees and began looking into purchasing the building that housed his shop. His first encounter with the Cedar Grove Business Alliance came on a sweltering Tuesday morning in August, when a black Cadillac pulled into his parking lot and 3 people in expensive suits climbed out. The leader was a heavy-set man in his 60s named Frank Buchanan, who introduced himself as the Alliance's executive director. He was accompanied by Mayor Patricia Donnelly, a sharp-eyed woman who had held office for 12 years, and a man named Charles Webb, who was identified only as a community stakeholder. Frank Buchanan's manner was friendly but firm as he explained that the Business Alliance served as an unofficial chamber of commerce for Cedar Grove, helping coordinate economic development and ensuring that new businesses integrated successfully into the community. Every business owner in town was expected to join the Alliance and participate in their activities, which included monthly meetings, community fundraising events, and cooperative advertising campaigns that promoted Cedar Grove as a destination for shoppers and tourists. The membership fee was $500 per month, plus additional assessments for special projects and community improvements. In exchange, Alliance members received priority consideration for city contracts, favorable treatment in zoning and permit applications, and protection from unfair competition. Frank emphasized that last point with particular intensity, explaining that the Alliance worked hard to ensure that established businesses were not undercut by newcomers who did not understand local market conditions. Tommy politely declined to join the Alliance, explaining that he preferred to focus on providing good service to his customers rather than participating in business politics. His shop was doing well on its own, he said, and he did not see the need to pay monthly fees for benefits he did not require. The 3 visitors exchanged glances at his response, and Mayor Donnelly made a note on a clipboard before they left without further argument. Within a week, Tommy began experiencing problems that seemed designed to drive him out of business. The city building inspector arrived unannounced to conduct a comprehensive review of his shop, citing violations that had never been mentioned during previous inspections. The fire marshal followed 2 days later, ordering costly modifications to Tommy's electrical system and threatening to shut down the business if the work was not completed within 30 days. A representative from the State Environmental Protection Agency appeared the following week, claiming that someone had reported improper disposal of automotive fluids. Each inspection resulted in fines and mandatory improvements that cost Tommy thousands of dollars he had not budgeted for regulatory compliance. More troubling was the way his customer base began to shrink without explanation. Regular clients stopped bringing their vehicles to his shop, often offering vague excuses about finding service closer to their homes or deciding to take their cars to dealers in Montgomery instead. Tommy suspected that the business alliance was behind his troubles, but he had no proof of coordination between the organization and the various government agencies that were suddenly scrutinizing his operations. When he complained to city officials about the harassment, he was told that all inspections were routine and that any business owner who maintained proper standards had nothing to worry about. The situation escalated when Tommy discovered that someone had been spreading rumors about his shop around town. Customers began asking whether it was true that he used inferior parts, that he had been cited for environmental violations, and that his insurance might not cover work performed at his facility. Tommy tried to counter these rumors by offering references and guaranteeing his work, but the damage to his reputation was becoming irreversible. His breakthrough in understanding the alliance's methods came when Janet Morris, an elderly woman who had been one of his first customers, stopped by the shop late one evening after closing time. Janet had been bringing her aging Buick to Tommy for routine maintenance, and he had always appreciated her straightforward manner and prompt payment. But she had not been to his shop in more than a month, despite previously scheduling regular appointments. Janet looked nervous as she explained that she had been approached by Frank Buchanan at the grocery store and told that Tommy's shop was under investigation by state authorities for fraudulent business practices. Buchanan had suggested that customers who continued to use Rodriguez Auto Service might face legal complications if the investigation resulted in criminal charges. He had also mentioned that Alliance member businesses offered special discounts to residents who could prove they were supporting local entrepreneurs rather than outside competitors. Tommy was furious but not surprised by Buchanan's tactics. What shocked him was Janet's revelation about how the Alliance enforced its control over the local economy. Business owners who refused to join the organization found themselves facing not just regulatory harassment and reputation attacks, but direct sabotage of their operations. Janet had heard stories about non-alliance businesses experiencing break-ins, vandalism, and mysterious equipment failures that forced them to close permanently. The alliance's power extended far beyond informal influence, Janet explained. Frank Buchanan's family had owned the largest employer in Cedar Grove for 3 generations, a textile mill that provided jobs for more than 200 people. Mayor Donnelly's husband was the president of the town's only bank, which held mortgages and business loans for most of the local population. Charles Webb owned the largest farm in the county and controlled agricultural supply contracts that dozens of smaller farmers depended on for their livelihoods. Together, these 3 individuals and their allies could make life impossible for anyone who challenged their authority. They could deny loans, cancel contracts, eliminate jobs, and coordinate government harassment until their targets had no choice but to leave town or submit to alliance control. Over the years, they had driven out dozens of potential competitors and forced every remaining business to accept their terms for continued operation in Cedar Grove. Tommy realized that he was facing a choice between joining a criminal conspiracy or losing everything he had worked to build. The alliance was essentially operating a protection racket that extorted monthly payments from business owners in exchange for allowing them to operate without interference. Business owners who paid the fees received preferential treatment and protection from competition, while those who refused were systematically destroyed through coordinated attacks on their finances, reputation, and physical assets. The decision became easier when Tommy discovered evidence of the alliance's most serious crime: While researching property records at the courthouse, he found documentation of suspicious ownership transfers involving businesses that had been forced to close after refusing to join the alliance. In each case, the failed business had been purchased at a fraction of its value by shell companies that were later revealed to be controlled by alliance members. Even more disturbing was a pattern of insurance claims filed by alliance members whose properties had suffered convenient accidents that eliminated competition. A restaurant that refused to join the alliance had burned down under mysterious circumstances, with the insurance payout allowing the owner of an alliance member restaurant to expand into the vacant location. A competing auto repair shop had been destroyed by a gas explosion that investigators attributed to equipment malfunction, despite the owner's insistence that the equipment had been recently inspected and properly maintained. Tommy began secretly documenting his interactions with alliance members and government officials, recording conversations and photographing evidence of the coordinated harassment he was experiencing. He also reached out to business owners in neighboring towns who had dealt with similar organizations, hoping to build a case that would expose the alliance's illegal activities. His investigation revealed that the Cedar Grove Business Alliance was part of a larger network of similar organizations operating throughout rural Alabama. These groups used identical tactics to control local economies, sharing strategies and resources to eliminate competition and maximize profits for their members. The network included corrupt officials at multiple levels of government, creating a system of protection that made it extremely difficult for victims to find help through normal legal channels. Tommy's evidence gathering was interrupted when his shop was broken into on a Sunday night in October. The intruders had not stolen anything of obvious value, but they had gone through his filing cabinets and office computer, clearly searching for specific information. Tommy realized that the Alliance had discovered his investigation and would soon escalate their efforts to force him out of business. Rather than wait for the situation to deteriorate further, Tommy contacted the FBI field office in Birmingham and requested a meeting with agents who specialized in organized crime and public corruption cases. The evidence he had collected, combined with similar complaints from business owners in other towns, provided the foundation for a federal investigation that would eventually expose the Alliance's criminal activities. The FBI investigation revealed that the Cedar Grove Business Alliance and its affiliated organizations had been operating what amounted to a criminal enterprise for more than 20 years. Frank Buchanan, Mayor Patricia Donnelly, Charles Webb, and 14 other Alliance members were charged with racketeering, extortion, conspiracy, and arson. The investigation also resulted in corruption charges against officials from multiple government agencies who had participated in the harassment of non-compliant business owners. Tommy Rodriguez eventually reopened his auto repair shop after the Alliance leadership was arrested, but the experience had changed his perspective on small-town America. He had discovered that the picturesque communities portrayed in movies and television shows could hide sophisticated criminal organizations that controlled every aspect of local economic life. The American dream was still possible, but only for those willing to fight against the forces that sought to turn entrepreneurship into extortion and community cooperation into criminal conspiracy. Cedar Grove today is slowly recovering from decades of Alliance control, but the town's economy remains fragile. Many businesses that were driven out during the Alliance's reign of terror never returned, leaving empty storefronts along Main Street as monuments to the entrepreneurs who refused to pay protection money to criminals who hid behind the respectable facade of business development and community service. Dr. Sarah Mitchell had always been fascinated by the gaps in local history, the stories that communities preferred not to remember. As a professor of American Studies at Kansas State University, she had spent her career researching the darker chapters of small-town life that were often omitted from official records and sanitized historical accounts. When the Harmony Historical Committee invited her to research and write a commemorative book for the town's sesquicentennial celebration, She saw it as an opportunity to explore the social dynamics of a community that had remained remarkably isolated despite being only 40 miles from Topeka. Harmony, Kansas had a population of 934 residents, most of whom could trace their family roots in the area back at least 3 generations. The town had been founded in 1873 by German immigrants who had purchased a large tract of prairie land from the railroad company. Unlike many Kansas settlements that had boomed and busted with agricultural cycles, Harmony had maintained steady population and relative prosperity through careful community planning and conservative financial management. The historical committee was led by Councilman Robert Hayes, whose great-grandfather had been one of the town's original settlers. Robert was a soft-spoken man in his 50s who ran the local insurance agency and had served on the city council for more than a decade. He explained that the committee wanted a comprehensive history that would celebrate Harmony's achievements while preserving the stories of families who had built the community over 5 generations. Sarah was given access to the town's archives, housed in the basement of the public library under the supervision of Grace Peterson, the head librarian who had worked there for 37 years. The collection included city council minutes, school board records, church registers, and hundreds of photographs documenting community events from the late 1800s through the present day. Grace was knowledgeable and helpful, but Sarah noticed that certain periods in the town's history were poorly documented compared to others. The most obvious gap occurred during the 1960s, when Harmony had experienced significant changes that were mentioned in passing but never explained in detail. References in city council minutes suggested major population turnover, property sales, and the establishment of new community organizations. But the supporting documents that would explain these changes were missing from the archives. Grace explained that there had been a flood in the library basement during the 1980s, and many older records had been damaged beyond recovery. Sarah began interviewing longtime residents to fill in the gaps in the written record, but she quickly encountered resistance when she asked about the 1960s. Elderly residents would become vague and uncomfortable when discussing that period, offering generic statements about difficult times and community challenges without providing specific details. Younger residents seemed genuinely unaware that anything significant had happened, suggesting that the story had been deliberately forgotten rather than passed down through families. Her breakthrough came when she discovered a private collection of documents in the estate of a woman who had died the previous year. The woman's daughter, who was cleaning out her mother's house before putting it on the market, had found a box of newspaper clippings, photographs, and handwritten notes that her mother had apparently hidden in the attic. The daughter offered to let Sarah examine the materials, hoping that they might be useful for the historical project. The documents painted a disturbing picture of events that had occurred in Harmony during the summer of 1965. According to contemporary newspaper accounts from surrounding towns, Harmony had been the site of a mass disappearance that had attracted attention from state and federal law enforcement agencies. 13 families, totaling 57 individuals, had vanished from the community over a period of 6 weeks. Their houses had been left undisturbed, their belongings intact, and their bank accounts untouched, but the people themselves had simply disappeared without explanation. The missing families had all been relative newcomers to Harmony, having moved to the area within the previous 5 years. They represented different backgrounds and economic circumstances, but they shared one characteristic that set them apart from longtime residents. They had all expressed interest in modernizing various aspects of community life, from updating the school curriculum to allowing Sunday shopping to permitting social dancing at community events. Their disappearances had effectively ended all discussion of social changes that might challenge Harmony's traditional values. Sarah found additional documentation in old Kansas City newspapers that had covered the story as a regional mystery. State police had conducted a massive investigation, interviewing hundreds of residents and searching thousands of acres of farmland for evidence of what had happened to the missing families. The investigation had been hampered by the community's insistence that the families had simply decided to move elsewhere despite the lack of evidence supporting voluntary relocation. The newspaper coverage revealed details that made Sarah's blood run cold. Several of the missing families had told friends and relatives in other towns that they were planning to stay in Harmony permanently, having made significant investments in local property and businesses. Some had enrolled their children in school for the upcoming academic year. One family had been in the process of building a new house, with construction materials already delivered to their lot when they disappeared. Even more disturbing was the timing of the disappearances, which had occurred shortly after the missing families had begun organizing to challenge certain community decisions. They had questioned the historical committee's control over property development, objected to religious requirements for participation in civic activities, and advocated for more inclusive policies regarding newcomers who did not share the community's German Lutheran heritage. Sarah realized that she had stumbled upon evidence of what appeared to be systematic elimination of community members who threatened the established social order. The historical committee, rather than being a benign organization dedicated to preserving local culture, seemed to have been the coordinating body for a conspiracy that had resulted in the disappearance of nearly 60 people. Her investigation took a dangerous turn when she tried to verify details from the newspaper accounts by examining official records in the county courthouse. The sheriff's department files from 1965 were missing, apparently lost during an office renovation in the early 1990s. Property records showed that the homes and businesses owned by the missing families had been sold within months of their disappearances. But the sales had been handled through a legal process that seemed designed to obscure the actual buyers. Sarah discovered that most of the missing families' property had eventually ended up in the hands of longtime Harmony residents, often at prices well below market value. The transactions had been processed through a law firm in Topeka that had since closed, and the attorney who had handled the sales had died years earlier. The pattern suggested systematic theft of property from families who were no longer alive to protect their interests. When Sarah tried to discuss her findings with Robert Hayes, his reaction confirmed her worst suspicions about the historical committee's involvement in the cover-up. Hayes became agitated and defensive, insisting that Sarah was misinterpreting historical events and drawing conclusions that were not supported by reliable evidence. He suggested that she focus her research on more positive aspects of Harmony's development, particularly the community's achievements in agriculture and education. Hayes also mentioned that the committee had concerns about Sarah's research methods and wondered whether she was the right person to write the commemorative book. Other committee members had expressed reservations about working with an outside researcher who might not understand the community's values and priorities. Perhaps it would be better to find a local writer who had deeper connections to Harmony and greater appreciation for its traditions. Sarah understood the implicit threat in Hayes's comments, but she was determined to uncover the truth about what had happened to the missing families. She began working secretly, making copies of documents and conducting interviews outside of Harmony to avoid alerting committee members to the direction of her investigation. She also contacted law enforcement agencies to inquire about reopening the case, but was told that the statute of limitations had expired for most potential crimes and that the lack of physical evidence made prosecution impossible. Her research revealed that the disappearances in 1965 had not been an isolated incident. Similar patterns of sudden population turnover had occurred in Harmony during other periods when community cohesion had been threatened by outside influences. During the Great Depression, several families who had advocated for federal assistance programs had mysteriously relocated. In the early 1950s, supporters of racial integration had left town abruptly after the Supreme Court's desegregation decisions. The historical committee had been involved in all of these episodes, serving as the unofficial authority that determined which residents were welcome in Harmony and which posed a threat to community stability. The committee's power derived from its control over local institutions, including the school board, city council, and various business organizations. Members could effectively ostracize targeted families by denying them employment, services, and social acceptance until they had no choice but to leave. Sarah's final discovery came when she found evidence that the historical committee's activities had continued into recent decades, though with less dramatic methods than mass disappearance. Families who challenged community decisions or advocated for unwelcome changes were systematically harassed until they chose to relocate. Their departure was then explained as voluntary decisions to pursue better opportunities elsewhere, maintaining the fiction that Harmony was a harmonious community where everyone was welcome. When Sarah attempted to present her findings to law enforcement officials, she learned that several key figures in the county sheriff's department were related to current and former historical committee members. Her investigation had been monitored from the beginning, and community leaders were already taking steps to discredit her research and prevent publication of her discoveries. Sarah Mitchell never completed the commemorative history of Harmony, Kansas. She resigned from the project after receiving threats against her family and being informed that her academic position might be endangered if she continued pursuing her research. The historical committee eventually hired a local writer to produce a sanitized account of the town's development that made no mention of the missing families or the systematic elimination of dissenting residents. The commemorative book was published in time for Harmony's sesquicentennial celebration, filled with photographs of smiling families and heartwarming stories about community cooperation. Visitors to the celebration commented on how well preserved the town appeared and how friendly the residents were. Few of them realized they were walking through a community where challenging the established order could still prove fatal for those naive enough to believe that American small towns were actually the democratic, inclusive places they pretended to be. Jennifer Walsh thought she had finally found the perfect suburban paradise when she moved to Willowbrook, Ohio, in the spring of 2022. The town of 3,411 residents sat in an affluent pocket of rolling hills 30 minutes outside Columbus, where tree-lined streets wound past meticulously maintained colonial and Tudor-style homes. Every yard featured professionally landscaped gardens, and the downtown area looked like something from a lifestyle magazine with its boutique shops, artisanal coffee houses, and weekly farmers market. Jennifer had relocated from Chicago after accepting a marketing position with a technology company that allowed remote work. She was recently divorced, eager for a fresh start, and drawn to Willowbrook's reputation as a safe, family-friendly community where neighbors still looked out for one another. The house she purchased was a 1920s brick colonial on Maple Avenue, complete with a wraparound porch and a backyard garden that the previous owners had maintained with obvious pride and considerable skill. Within days of moving in, Jennifer received a handwritten invitation to join the Willowbrook Garden Club, delivered to her door by an elegant woman in her 60s who introduced herself as Victoria Sterling. The club had been founded in 1948, Victoria explained, and had grown to include most of the women in Willowbrook who took pride in their homes and gardens. Members met twice monthly for educational programs, social activities, and community service projects that kept the town looking beautiful year-round. The monthly dues were modest, Victoria said, and the club offered numerous benefits, including group discounts at local nurseries, access to gardening expertise from master gardener members, and participation in the annual home and garden tour that was Willowbrook's premier social event. More importantly, club membership provided opportunities to connect with other women who shared interests in creating beautiful living spaces and maintaining community standards that preserved property values for everyone. Jennifer was pleased to be welcomed so quickly into the community and accepted the invitation without hesitation. Her first garden club meeting was held in the social hall of the Presbyterian Church, where 35 women gathered for coffee, pastries, and a presentation about native Ohio wildflowers. The atmosphere was warm and sophisticated, with members dressed in the sort of understated expensive clothing that suggested comfortable financial circumstances without ostentation. Victoria Sterling clearly commanded respect as the club's president, a position she had held for more than a decade. She conducted meetings with parliamentary efficiency, announced upcoming events with the confidence of someone accustomed to having her decisions accepted without question, and dispensed gardening advice with the authority of genuine expertise. Other members deferred to her opinions and competed for her approval in ways that reminded Jennifer of high school social dynamics, though executed with the polish that came with decades of adult refinement. The club's community service projects were impressive in scope and impact. Members organized neighborhood cleanups, maintained flower gardens in public spaces, and coordinated with city officials to ensure that Willowbrook's standards for property maintenance were enforced consistently. The club also operated an informal welcome committee that helped new residents integrate into the community while learning about local expectations for home and garden care. Jennifer enjoyed the social aspects of club membership and found that belonging to the organization opened doors throughout Willowbrook. Shopkeepers were friendlier. Service providers gave priority to club members, and her neighbors treated her with the sort of respect that came from being accepted by the community's unofficial leadership. The garden club clearly wielded influence that extended far beyond horticulture and home decoration. Her first indication that the club's activities might include darker elements came during a discussion about a family that had recently moved away from Willowbrook. The Hendersons had lived on Jennifer Street in a beautiful Tudor revival house that should have been a perfect fit for the neighborhood's aesthetic standards. But according to whispered conversations during coffee hour, the family had struggled to maintain their property properly and had made several landscaping choices that other residents found inappropriate. The Hendersons had planted vegetables in their front yard, installed solar panels on their roof, and allowed their children to play in ways that other neighbors considered too loud and disruptive. More problematically, Mrs. Henderson had declined to join the garden club despite multiple invitations, explaining that she preferred to focus her volunteer time on environmental activism and social justice causes that she considered more important than neighborhood beautification. According to Victoria Sterling, the Hendersons had eventually realized that Willowbrook was not the right community for their lifestyle and had decided to relocate somewhere more compatible with their values. Their house had sold quickly to a lovely family who already understood the importance of maintaining neighborhood standards. Jennifer found the story troubling because she remembered the Hendersons mentioning their love for their home and their plans to live there permanently. But she assumed that circumstances had changed in ways that outsiders might not understand. Her concerns deepened when she witnessed the garden club's response to another family whose property maintenance had become problematic. The Kramers lived in a 1930s colonial that had been beautifully maintained until Mr. Kramer developed health issues that made it difficult for him to care for his extensive gardens. The couple was elderly and living on a fixed income that did not allow for professional landscaping services, so their once pristine yard gradually became overgrown and cluttered with equipment they could no longer manage. Rather than offering assistance to the struggling elderly couple, several garden club members began a campaign of subtle harassment designed to pressure them into selling their home. Anonymous complaints were filed with city code enforcement, resulting in violation notices for minor infractions that had been ignored when the property was well maintained. Neighbors began commenting loudly about declining property values whenever they passed the Kramer house, ensuring that the elderly couple could hear their disapproval. Jennifer suggested that the garden club organize volunteers to help the Kramers maintain their yard, but Victoria Sterling dismissed the idea with a cold smile. The club's mission was to preserve community standards, not to enable residents who could not meet their responsibilities. If the Kramers were no longer capable of maintaining their property properly, the kindest thing would be to help them realize that they needed to move to a more appropriate living situation. The systematic campaign against the Kramers escalated when the couple received a letter from their homeowner's insurance company, threatening to cancel their coverage due to safety hazards that had been reported by anonymous neighbors. Their property taxes were reassessed at a higher rate, despite the obvious decline in their home's condition. Contractors who had previously provided services to the couple suddenly became unavailable or dramatically increased their prices. Within 6 months, the Kramers had sold their home to a developer who renovated it extensively before selling to a young family who immediately joined the garden club and began participating enthusiastically in community activities. Jennifer never learned where the elderly couple had moved, and none of the garden club members seemed interested in maintaining contact with them after they left Willowbrook. The pattern became clear when Jennifer began paying attention to other families who had left the community during her first year in Willowbrook. In each case, the departed residents had somehow failed to meet unstated but rigorously enforced standards for property maintenance, lifestyle choices, or social participation. Families with children who were too loud, homeowners who chose unconventional landscaping, and residents who declined to participate in community organizations all eventually moved away after experiencing various forms of pressure that made their lives increasingly difficult. Jennifer's investigation into the garden club's activities took a dangerous turn when she discovered evidence of the organization's most serious crimes. While volunteering to help organize club records, she found files documenting systematic surveillance of residents who were considered problematic. The files contained photographs of properties, records of visitors and activities, and detailed notes about family dynamics and financial circumstances. Even more disturbing were records showing that garden club members had coordinated with local officials to ensure that targeted residents faced bureaucratic obstacles, tax assessments, and regulatory problems that would pressure them to relocate. The club maintained relationships with code enforcement officers, assessors, and service providers who were willing to participate in campaigns against families who did not conform to community expectations. The most shocking discovery was evidence that the garden club had been responsible for several deaths that had been classified as accidents or natural causes. Elderly residents who refused to sell their homes despite pressure campaigns had died under suspicious circumstances, often after experiencing health emergencies that prevented them from calling for help in time to survive. Jennifer found documentation of at least 6 deaths over the past decade that followed the same pattern. Elderly homeowners who had been targeted by the garden club would experience sudden health crises, often involving falls or medication errors that resulted in delayed discovery and fatal outcomes. In each case, the deceased person's property was quickly purchased by buyers who had connections to garden club members. When Jennifer tried to research these deaths by reviewing newspaper obituaries and public records, she discovered that Detective Mike O'Brien, who had investigated several of the cases, was married to a prominent garden club member. The detective had consistently concluded that the deaths were accidental, despite evidence that might have supported more thorough investigations. Jennifer realized that she had uncovered a criminal conspiracy that used the respectable facade of suburban women's organization to systematically control who was allowed to live in Willowbrook. The garden club operated as an enforcement mechanism that eliminated residents who threatened property values, social cohesion, or the established power structure that kept the community exclusive and carefully controlled. Her attempt to expose the garden club's activities nearly cost Jennifer her life. After she contacted law enforcement officials outside of Willowbrook's jurisdiction, she began experiencing the same types of harassment that had been used against other targeted residents. Her home was vandalized, her car was sabotaged, and she received anonymous threats warning her to stop spreading false accusations against respected community members. The situation escalated when Jennifer returned home from work to find that someone had entered her house and left a potted plant on her kitchen table. The plant was a beautiful arrangement of oleander flowers, which Jennifer recognized as highly poisonous. The message was clear. The garden club had the ability to enter her home at will and possessed knowledge that could be used to eliminate her if she continued threatening their operations. Jennifer contacted the FBI and provided evidence of the garden club's criminal activities, But the investigation was complicated by the organization's deep connections throughout Willowbrook's government and law enforcement agencies. Several Garden Club members were wives of city officials, and the organization's charitable activities had created relationships with politicians and community leaders who were reluctant to believe that their neighbors were capable of systematic murder. The federal investigation eventually resulted in arrests of Victoria Sterling and 11 other Garden Club members on charges including conspiracy, elder abuse, insurance fraud, and multiple counts of murder. The evidence revealed that the organization had been responsible for at least 14 deaths over 15 years, using various methods to eliminate residents who posed threats to their vision of suburban perfection. Jennifer Walsh moved away from Willowbrook before the trials concluded, unable to continue living in a community where beautification projects had provided cover for systematic elimination of unwanted neighbors. The Garden Club's legacy continues to influence the town, where property values remain high and gardens remain perfectly maintained, but where potential residents are carefully screened to ensure they understand the true cost of suburban paradise. Kevin Murphy should have known something was wrong when the invitation arrived in his mailbox on expensive letterhead bearing the Pine Valley Sportsman's Lodge crest. He had never heard of the organization despite having hunted throughout Idaho for more than 20 years, and the invitation was addressed to him personally rather than sent to the general membership of any hunting club he belonged to. The letter praised his reputation as an ethical hunter and outdoor enthusiast, extending an exclusive invitation to participate in a special hunting event that would take place on private land near Pine Valley, a remote town of 678 residents in the central part of the state. The invitation was signed by William Crenshaw, who identified himself as the lodge's master and included detailed information about lodging, meals, and equipment that would be provided during the 3-day event. Participants were asked to bring only personal clothing and hunting licenses, as all firearms, ammunition, and specialized gear would be supplied by the lodge. The fee for the event was surprisingly modest, barely enough to cover basic expenses. And the letter emphasized that this was an opportunity for serious hunters to experience something truly unique. Kevin was intrigued despite his natural skepticism about unsolicited invitations. He had recently retired from his job as a Forest Service ranger and was looking for new outdoor adventures to fill his time. The Pine Valley area was beautiful but sparsely populated, offering the kind of pristine wilderness experience that was becoming increasingly rare as Idaho's outdoor recreation industry attracted more visitors each year. He accepted the invitation and arranged to drive to Pine Valley on the designated weekend in October. The town itself was exactly what Kevin expected from a small Idaho community. Main Street consisted of a few blocks of weathered buildings housing a general store, a cafe, a gas station, and a handful of other businesses that served the needs of local ranchers and loggers. The Pine Valley Sportsman's Lodge sat on a hill overlooking the town, a massive log structure that looked like it had been built in the 1920s as a retreat for wealthy hunters from cities like Boise and Salt Lake City. Kevin was met at the lodge by William Crenshaw, a distinguished man in his 70s who carried himself with the bearing of someone accustomed to command. Crenshaw had the weathered complexion and confident manner of a lifelong outdoorsman, and his knowledge of hunting techniques and wildlife behavior was immediately apparent in their conversation. He explained that the lodge had been operating for more than 50 years, hosting exclusive hunting events for members who shared a commitment to traditional outdoor values and ethical hunting practices. The other participants in the weekend event were an interesting mix of hunters from across the western United States. They included a retired military officer from Colorado, a successful businessman from Utah, a rancher from Montana, and several other men whose outdoor experience and financial means were obvious in their conversation and equipment. All seemed to have been carefully selected for the event, though none could explain exactly how they had been identified and invited by the lodge. The first day of the event followed a traditional format that Kevin found familiar and comfortable. Participants were divided into small groups and assigned to different hunting areas on the lodge's extensive private property. The terrain was spectacular, with dense forests, alpine meadows, and steep ridges that provided opportunities to hunt elk, deer, and other game species that were abundant in the area. Kevin's group was successful in harvesting 2 elk, and the evening meal featured venison from previous hunts along with stories and camaraderie around the lodge's massive stone fireplace. The second day began to reveal disturbing aspects of the lodge's activities that Kevin had not anticipated. Rather than continuing with traditional hunting, participants were introduced to what Crenshaw described as advanced hunting techniques that tested their skills against more challenging prey. The morning briefing included detailed maps of unfamiliar terrain and references to hunting methods that seemed to go beyond normal outdoor practices. Kevin's unease grew when he was issued equipment that seemed excessive for hunting wildlife. In addition to a high-powered rifle and normal hunting gear, he was given night vision equipment, tracking devices, and communication radios that suggested they would be pursuing prey that was far more dangerous than deer or elk. When Kevin asked about the unusual equipment, Crenshaw explained that the lodge specialized in hunting experiences that pushed participants to their limits and tested their skills against worthy adversaries. The hunting area for the second day was located deep in the wilderness, accessible only by 4-wheel drive vehicles that transported participants to a remote staging area before dawn. Kevin found himself paired with the retired military officer, a man named Colonel Richards, who seemed familiar with the lodge's more advanced hunting techniques. Richards explained that the Pine Valley Sportsman's Lodge was known among certain hunting circles for offering experiences that could not be found anywhere else. Hunting opportunities that attracted serious outdoorsmen who were looking for the ultimate test of their skills. Kevin began to understand what those hunting opportunities involved when they encountered the first piece of evidence that they were not hunting animals. Hidden in dense brush near a creek was a campsite that showed signs of recent human habitation. The site included a tent, camping gear, and personal belongings that suggested someone had been living in the wilderness for several days. The camp appeared to have been abandoned hastily, with food still scattered around a cold fire pit and clothing left hanging from tree branches. Colonel Richards examined the campsite with professional thoroughness, pointing out details that Kevin would have missed. The person who had been living here was inexperienced in wilderness survival, Richards explained, based on poor site selection, inadequate shelter construction, and careless disposal of waste that would attract predators. More importantly, the individual was probably still in the area, having fled the campsite recently enough that tracks and other sign were still fresh. Kevin realized with growing horror that they were not hunting wildlife at all, but were participating in some kind of human hunting activity. The prey that Crenshaw had described as worthy adversaries were people, probably individuals who had been brought to the remote wilderness area specifically to be hunted by paying customers who wanted the ultimate outdoor experience. The expensive equipment, the careful selection of participants, and the remote location all made sense when viewed as components of organized human hunting rather than legitimate outdoor recreation. His attempts to withdraw from the activity were met with firm resistance from Colonel Richards, who explained that participants who discovered the true nature of the lodge's activities were not permitted to leave until the hunting event was completed. Kevin was now a witness to criminal activity that could not be allowed to report what he had seen to outside authorities. He would need to participate fully in the hunt, demonstrate his commitment to the lodge's special brotherhood, and prove that he could be trusted to maintain the secrecy that protected the organization's operations. The hunt continued throughout the day as Kevin and Colonel Richards tracked their human prey through increasingly rugged terrain. Their quarry was a young woman who had been surviving in the wilderness for several days, probably after being released with minimal equipment and told that she would be hunted by armed men who considered her elimination a recreational activity. Kevin could see evidence of her growing desperation in the tracks and campsites they discovered. signs that she was becoming exhausted and making increasingly poor decisions in her efforts to evade capture. Kevin tried to sabotage the hunt by providing false information about tracks and suggesting wrong directions when Colonel Richards consulted him about their prey's likely movements. But Richards was experienced enough to recognize Kevin's deception, and by afternoon it became clear that Kevin's own survival might depend on his cooperation. Richards made subtle but unmistakable threats about what happened to lodge participants who proved unreliable or who threatened the organization's security. The hunt reached its climax near sunset when they tracked their prey to a rocky outcrop where she had taken shelter in a small cave. Colonel Richards positioned Kevin to block one escape route while he approached the cave from another direction, intending to force the woman into the open where she could be easily shot. Kevin found himself facing an impossible choice between participating in murder or risking his own life by refusing to cooperate with the hunt. His decision was made when Game Warden Lisa Zhang appeared unexpectedly on the ridge above their position, apparently investigating reports of illegal hunting activity in the area. Zhang was armed and clearly suspicious of what she had observed, demanding identification from Kevin and Colonel Richards while positioning herself to cover both men with her sidearm. Kevin realized that the game warden's arrival provided his only opportunity to escape from the hunting lodge's criminal activities and expose what he had witnessed. Kevin quickly explained to Lisa Zhang that he had been deceived about the nature of the hunting event and that there was a woman hiding in the cave who was being hunted by lodge members. Colonel Richards tried to convince the game warden that Kevin was suffering from altitude sickness and confusion, but Zhang was experienced enough to recognize the signs of criminal activity when she saw them. She radioed for backup while maintaining control over both men, and within hours the remote hunting area was swarming with law enforcement officers. The investigation that followed revealed the full scope of the Pine Valley Sportsman's Lodge's criminal operations. The organization had been operating a human hunting business for more than 15 years, kidnapping victims from other states and transporting them to Idaho, where wealthy clients paid enormous fees to hunt them through remote wilderness areas. The victims were typically homeless individuals, runaway teenagers, and other people whose disappearances would not trigger immediate law enforcement investigations. Lodge Master William Crenshaw and 17 other members were arrested on charges including kidnapping, human trafficking, conspiracy, and multiple counts of murder. The investigation revealed that the lodge had been responsible for the deaths of at least 43 people over 15 years, operating under the cover of a legitimate hunting organization while providing the ultimate outdoor experience for clients who had grown bored with hunting animals. Kevin Murphy's testimony was crucial in convicting the lodge members, but the experience left him unable to continue hunting for recreation. He had discovered that his beloved outdoor activities could be perverted into something monstrous by people who viewed human life as just another form of game to be pursued and killed for entertainment. The Pine Valley Sportsman's Lodge building still stands on its hill overlooking the town, but it has been abandoned since the arrests, serving as a reminder that even the most respected community organizations can hide unspeakable evil behind facades of tradition and respectability. The small town of Pine Valley has struggled to recover from the revelation that one of its most prominent institutions was actually a criminal enterprise that murdered dozens of innocent people. Many residents had known about the lodge's exclusive hunting events but had never suspected that the wealthy visitors were paying to hunt human beings rather than wildlife. The economic impact of losing the lodge's business has been devastating for local merchants and service providers who had depended on the income generated by the organization's activities. Game Warden Lisa Zhang received commendations for her role in exposing the lodge's crimes, but she too was affected by the discovery that a trusted community institution had been operating a systematic murder business. Her investigation revealed that several local officials had been aware of suspicious activities at the lodge but had chosen to ignore them because of the economic benefits the organization brought to the community. The corruption and willful blindness that had enabled the lodge's operations for so many years demonstrated how easily small communities could become complicit in unspeakable crimes, when those crimes were committed by wealthy and respected organizations. Michelle Thompson had been looking for meaningful volunteer work since moving to Maplewood, Wisconsin, a picturesque town of 1,789 residents nestled among rolling hills covered with maple and oak forests. Her husband's promotion had brought them from Milwaukee to this charming community where Main Street was lined with well-preserved 19th century buildings and neighbors still waved to each other from their front porches. Michelle had always believed in giving back to the community, and the Maplewood Service League seemed like the perfect organization to channel her desire to help others. The Service League had been operating for more than 30 years, providing a wide range of charitable services to families in need throughout the region. Their programs included a food pantry, emergency assistance for families facing financial crises, after-school tutoring for struggling students, and a summer camp program that served children from low-income households. The organization was highly respected throughout central Wisconsin, regularly receiving grants from foundations and government agencies that recognized their effective work addressing poverty and social problems in rural communities. Hannah Brooks, the Service League's executive director, was an impressive woman in her 50s who had dedicated her career to nonprofit work. She had founded the organization after recognizing that small towns like Maplewood often lacked the social services available in larger cities, leaving vulnerable families with nowhere to turn when they encountered difficulties. Under her leadership, the Service League had grown from a small volunteer group into a professionally managed organization with an annual budget of more than $2 million in programs that served hundreds of families each year. Michelle was immediately impressed by the scope and effectiveness of the Service League's work when she attended her first volunteer orientation session. The organization operated out of a converted warehouse on the outskirts of town, with separate areas for food distribution, clothing donations, administrative offices, and program activities. The facility was bustling with activity as volunteers sorted donations, prepared meals, and coordinated services for clients who arrived throughout the day seeking assistance. Hannah Brooks explained that the Service League served families from a wide geographic area, including many clients who traveled from other counties to access services that were not available in their home communities. The organization had developed a reputation for providing help without judgment, offering assistance to anyone who needed it regardless of their circumstances or background. This approach had made the Service League particularly effective at reaching families who might be reluctant to seek help from government agencies or traditional charities. Michelle was assigned to work with the organization's Family Assistance Program, which provided emergency help to households facing immediate crises such as eviction, utility shutoffs, or medical emergencies. Her role involved interviewing clients to assess their needs, connecting them with appropriate resources, and following up to ensure that the assistance had been effective. The work was emotionally demanding but deeply rewarding, as Michelle was able to see the immediate impact of her efforts on families who were struggling to survive. During her first few weeks as a volunteer, Michelle was struck by the number of families with children who sought help from the Service League. Many of these families were headed by single mothers who were working multiple jobs but still unable to make ends meet in an economy that offered few opportunities for people without college degrees. The children in these families often showed signs of chronic stress and malnutrition, and Michelle was moved by their resilience in the face of circumstances that would challenge most adults. Hannah Brooks seemed particularly committed to helping children, often spending extra time with young clients and ensuring that they received not just material assistance, but also emotional support and encouragement. She frequently mentioned her own difficult childhood in conversations with volunteers, explaining that her personal experiences had motivated her to dedicate her life to protecting vulnerable children from the kind of trauma and neglect she had endured. This personal connection to the work made her an inspiring leader who attracted dedicated volunteers and generous donors. Michelle's first indication that something was wrong with the Service League's operations came when she noticed inconsistencies in the way certain families were treated by the organization. Some clients received extensive assistance and ongoing support, while others were provided with minimal help and seemed to be discouraged from returning for additional services. The differences did not seem to be based on need or circumstances, as some of the families who received less assistance appeared to be in more desperate situations than those who received preferential treatment. When Michelle asked Hannah Brooks about these disparities, she was told that the organization had to make difficult decisions about resource allocation and that some families were better able to benefit from assistance than others. Families who demonstrated commitment to improving their situations and who followed the Service League's recommendations were more likely to receive ongoing support, while those who seemed unable or unwilling to make positive changes were provided with temporary help but not long-term investment. Michelle found this explanation troubling because it seemed to contradict the Service League's stated mission of helping anyone who needed assistance. She began paying closer attention to which families received different levels of service and gradually realized that the pattern was more disturbing than simple resource allocation decisions. Families with children who were particularly attractive or well-behaved seemed to receive more attention from Hannah Brooks and other staff members, while families with children who were shy, traumatized, or difficult to manage were often provided with minimal assistance. Her concerns deepened when she noticed that some of the children who participated in the Service League's programs seemed to develop unusually close relationships with staff members and volunteers. These children would arrive early for activities and stay late after programs ended, spending time in private conversations with adults who showed them special attention and provided them with gifts and privileges that were not available to other participants. Michelle recognized these patterns from her training as a teacher, where she had learned to identify potential signs of inappropriate relationships between adults and children. The situation became more alarming when Michelle discovered that the Service League maintained detailed files on all the families they served, including photographs and personal information that seemed to go far beyond what was necessary for providing assistance. The files contained observations about family dynamics, assessments of parents' capabilities and reliability, and detailed descriptions of children's personalities, appearance, and behavior. Some files included notes about which children might be suitable for the organization's special programs that were not described in any of the Service League's public materials. Michelle's investigation into these special programs revealed that the Service League was operating activities that were not disclosed to volunteers, donors, or the families they served. Children who were identified as suitable candidates were invited to participate in overnight camps, weekend trips, and other activities that removed them from their families for extended periods. These programs were described to parents as educational and recreational opportunities that would benefit children who came from disadvantaged backgrounds, but the actual activities were not documented in any materials that Michelle could access. When Michelle tried to learn more about these special programs by asking other volunteers, she encountered evasive responses and suggestions that she should focus on her assigned duties rather than asking questions about activities that did not concern her. Hannah Brooks became noticeably cooler toward Michelle after she began inquiring about the undisclosed programs, and other staff members seemed to be monitoring her interactions with clients and her access to organizational records. Michelle's breakthrough came when she was approached by a former client whose daughter had participated in one of the Service League's special programs several years earlier. The woman had been reluctant to speak about her experiences with the organization, but she had become increasingly concerned about what had happened to her daughter during the time she had spent in the Service League's care. The child had returned from the special programs changed, exhibiting signs of trauma and refusing to discuss what had occurred during her participation. The former client explained that several other families had similar experiences with children who had participated in the Service League's special programs. The children had been selected based on their vulnerability and their family's desperate need for assistance. making it unlikely that parents would ask difficult questions or make complaints about the organization's activities. The programs had provided opportunities for adults to abuse children who had no other sources of support and whose families were dependent on the Service League's assistance. Michelle realized that the Service League was operating as a front for a child trafficking and abuse network that used charitable programs to identify and access vulnerable children. The organization's reputation for helping families in need provided perfect cover for criminal activities, as parents were grateful for assistance and unlikely to question the motives of people who were providing their children with opportunities they could not afford. The detailed files maintained by the organization were actually profiles used to select children for abuse and to assess their families' likelihood of reporting suspicious activities. Her attempt to report these discoveries to local law enforcement was complicated by the fact that Police Chief Anthony Silva was a longtime supporter of the Service League who had received several community service awards from the organization. Silva was reluctant to investigate Michelle's allegations, suggesting that she had misunderstood the Service League's activities and was making unfounded accusations against respected community members who had dedicated their lives to helping others. Michelle's investigation revealed that the Service League's criminal activities extended beyond child abuse to include systematic financial fraud that had been ongoing for years. The organization had been claiming to serve far more families than they actually assisted, inflating their numbers to qualify for larger grants and donations. Money that was supposed to provide services to needy families was being diverted to support the special programs and to pay for activities that had nothing to do with legitimate charitable work. Even more disturbing was evidence that children who had been abused through the Service League's programs were sometimes permanently removed from their families through fraudulent reports to Child Protective Services. The organization would claim that parents were unfit or abusive, providing false documentation to support their allegations and ensuring that children were placed in foster care situations controlled by Service League members. These children essentially disappeared into a system designed to make them permanently available for continued abuse. Michelle contacted federal law enforcement agencies when it became clear that local authorities were either unwilling or unable to investigate the Service League's activities. The FBI investigation that followed revealed that the organization had been operating a sophisticated child trafficking network for more than 15 years, using their legitimate charitable programs as cover for systematic abuse of vulnerable children. Hannah Brooks and 12 other Service League staff members and volunteers were arrested on charges including child trafficking, sexual abuse, fraud, and conspiracy. The investigation revealed that the organization had abused more than 60 children over 15 years, using their positions of trust and authority to exploit families who had nowhere else to turn for help. Michelle Thompson's courage in exposing the Service League's criminal activities saved countless children from future abuse, but the experience left her permanently changed by the discovery that trusted community organizations could be used as weapons against the most vulnerable members of society. The Service League building in Maplewood still stands empty, its windows boarded up as a reminder that even the most respected charitable organizations can hide unspeakable evil behind facades of compassion and community service. The town of Maplewood has struggled to recover from the revelation that one of its most celebrated organizations was actually a criminal enterprise that preyed on children and families who needed help the most. Many residents had volunteered with the Service League or donated money to support their programs, and the discovery that their good intentions had been manipulated to enable child abuse has left the community questioning whether they can trust any organization that claims to be helping others. The children and families who were victimized by the Service League continue to deal with the trauma of their experiences, knowing that people they trusted and depended on were actually using their vulnerability to cause them harm. The case has become a cautionary tale about the importance of oversight and accountability in charitable organizations and the need for communities to remain vigilant about protecting their most vulnerable members from those who would exploit their trust and desperation. James Patterson had always been fascinated by genealogy, spending his weekends tracing family trees and documenting the stories of ancestors who had lived and died long before his birth. When he inherited his grandmother's collection of family documents and photographs, he decided to research the Patterson family history in depth, hoping to create a comprehensive record that future generations could treasure. His investigation led him to Blackwater, North Carolina, a small town of 1,045 residents where his great-great-grandfather had settled in the 1890s after immigrating from Scotland. Blackwater sat in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, surrounded by dense forests and rolling farmland that had changed little since the town's founding. The community had been built around a lumber mill that processed timber from the surrounding mountains, and many of the original families still owned property that had been in their possession for more than a century. Main Street retained its 19th century character, with brick buildings housing businesses that served both local residents and tourists who visited the area for its scenic beauty and historical significance. The Blackwater Heritage Foundation operated out of a restored Victorian mansion that served as both a museum and research center for anyone interested in the town's history. The foundation had been established in 1964 by prominent local families who wanted to preserve documents, artifacts, and stories that documented the community's development from a frontier logging camp into a stable agricultural town. Margaret Caldwell, the foundation's current director, was a distinguished woman in her 70s whose own family had been among Blackwater's original settlers. James was welcomed warmly when he contacted the foundation about researching his family history. Margaret Caldwell personally guided him through their extensive archives, which included birth and death records, property deeds, business ledgers, and thousands of photographs that chronicled life in Blackwater from its earliest days. The foundation maintained detailed genealogical records for most of the families who had lived in the area, creating a comprehensive database that researchers could use to trace connections between different branches of their family trees. The Patterson family records were particularly extensive, documenting 5 generations of births, marriages, deaths, and property transactions that painted a detailed picture of how James's ancestors had lived and worked in the Blackwater area. His great-great-grandfather had arrived with very little money but had gradually accumulated land and built a successful farming operation that had supported his descendants for decades. The family had been active in community affairs, serving on church boards, school committees, and various civic organizations that had shaped the town's development. James was impressed by the foundation's meticulous record-keeping and their obvious dedication to preserving local history. Margaret Caldwell seemed to know intimate details about every family that had ever lived in Blackwater, and her stories brought the dry facts in the archives to life with anecdotes about personalities, relationships, and events that had shaped the community's character. She encouraged James to spend as much time as needed going through the records, offering to help him understand the context behind the documents he was discovering. During his research, James began to notice patterns in the foundation's records that seemed unusual for a typical small town. Certain families appeared to have unusually detailed documentation, with records that tracked not just basic vital statistics but also personality traits, talents, health conditions, and other characteristics that seemed to go beyond normal genealogical research. Some files included photographs and notes that documented multiple generations of the same families, creating profiles that resembled breeding records more than family histories. Even more unusual was the foundation's practice of maintaining what they called connection maps that traced relationships between different families going back several generations. These elaborate charts showed not just marriages and direct family relationships, but also more distant connections, including friendships, business partnerships, and other associations that had linked various families over time. The maps were incredibly detailed, suggesting that the foundation had invested enormous effort in tracking even minor connections between community members. James's curiosity was piqued when he discovered that his own family was featured prominently in these connection maps, with detailed notations about Patterson family members going back to his great-great-grandfather's arrival in Blackwater. The maps showed connections to dozens of other families in the area, creating a web of relationships that seemed to encompass virtually everyone who had ever lived in the town. Some of the notations included references to characteristics and abilities that had been passed down through different family lines, as if the foundation was tracking genetic traits across multiple generations. When James asked Margaret Caldwell about these unusual records, she explained that the foundation took a comprehensive approach to documenting local history. Understanding the connections between families was essential for preserving the full story of how the community had developed, and tracking characteristics across generations helped explain why certain families had been particularly successful or influential in the town's affairs. The Foundation's mission was to ensure that future researchers would have access to complete information about their ancestors and their place in the community's history. James found this explanation plausible until he began to notice references in the Foundation's records to families who had apparently been encouraged or required to form marriages based on recommendations from community leaders. The records contained correspondence between prominent families discussing potential marriages between their children, with detailed analysis of how such unions would benefit the community's genetic heritage. Some letters were quite explicit about the goal of ensuring that desirable traits were passed down to future generations while preventing marriages that might introduce unwanted characteristics. The pattern became even more disturbing when James discovered records showing that families who refused to follow the Foundation's marriage recommendations sometimes faced social and economic pressure that forced them to leave Blackwater entirely. Property records showed that non-compliant families had often sold their land at below-market prices to Foundation board members or their allies, suggesting that economic coercion had been used to enforce compliance with the community's breeding program. James realized that the Blackwater Heritage Foundation was not simply preserving local history, but had been operating a systematic program to control which families remained in the community and who they were allowed to marry. The Foundation's extensive genealogical records were actually breeding charts designed to maintain genetic lines that the organization's leadership considered desirable, while eliminating families whose characteristics were deemed problematic or inferior. His investigation revealed that this program had been operating for more than 60 years, with Foundation leaders serving as unofficial matchmakers who arranged marriages between young people whose family lines were considered genetically compatible. Children who refused to marry according to the Foundation's recommendations were often ostracized from the community, denied employment opportunities, and pressured to relocate to areas where their genetic heritage would not contaminate the carefully maintained bloodlines of Blackwater's founding families. Even more horrifying was James's discovery that the Foundation had been involved in systematic elimination of individuals whose genetic makeup was considered undesirable. The records contained documentation of suspicious deaths, unexplained disappearances, and forced institutionalizations that had removed dozens of people from the community over the decades. Individuals with physical disabilities, mental illness, or other conditions that the Foundation considered genetic defects had been systematically eliminated to prevent them from reproducing and passing their characteristics to future generations. The Foundation's activities extended beyond controlling marriages to include monitoring the health and development of all children born in the community. The organization maintained detailed records of every child's physical and mental characteristics, identifying those who showed signs of undesirable traits that needed to be addressed before they reached reproductive age. Children who were deemed genetically inferior were often removed from their families through fabricated reports to social services, then placed in institutions where they could not reproduce. James's research revealed that his own family had been participants in this breeding program for generations, with Patterson marriages carefully arranged to enhance desired genetic traits, while avoiding combinations that might produce unwanted characteristics. His grandparents, his parents, and even his own birth had been planned and approved by Foundation leaders who had analyzed the genetic heritage of both family lines to ensure that the union would produce offspring with the desired physical and mental attributes. The realization that his entire family history had been manipulated by a secret breeding program was devastating enough. But James's investigation revealed an even more disturbing truth about the Foundation's ultimate goals. The organization was not simply trying to improve the genetic makeup of Blackwater's population, but was part of a larger network that was conducting genetic experiments designed to create superior human beings for use by powerful individuals and organizations outside the community. The Foundation's carefully maintained bloodlines were actually breeding stock for a human trafficking operation that provided genetically superior individuals to wealthy clients who wanted children with specific physical and mental characteristics. Young people who had been bred according to the Foundation's specifications were systematically removed from Blackwater through fake opportunities, arranged marriages to outsiders, or outright kidnapping, then delivered to buyers who had paid enormous sums for access to genetically engineered human beings. James discovered records showing that dozens of Blackwater residents had been sold over the decades, their disappearances explained as voluntary relocations or educational opportunities that had taken them to other parts of the country. In reality, these individuals had been delivered to buyers who wanted servants, surrogate mothers, organ donors, or subjects for medical experimentation, with their genetic heritage carefully documented to ensure that purchasers received exactly what they had ordered. The Foundation's breeding program had created multiple generations of individuals who had been specifically designed to meet the demands of various markets for genetically superior human beings. Some family lines had been bred for physical strength and endurance, others for intelligence and creativity, and still others for specific physical characteristics that were valued by particular buyers. The entire community of Blackwater had essentially become a human breeding farm operated under the cover of historical preservation and genealogical research. When James attempted to expose the Foundation's activities, he discovered that town clerk Diana Foster was actually Margaret Caldwell's daughter and a key participant in the breeding program's administrative operations. Foster had been responsible for maintaining the official records that concealed the Foundation's criminal activities, creating false documentation that supported the cover stories used to explain disappearances and forced relocations. James's investigation was interrupted when he was approached by Foundation security personnel who had been monitoring his research activities. The Foundation had discovered that he was asking too many questions and accessing records that revealed the true nature of their operations. James was informed that he would need to become a permanent resident of Blackwater, where his continued research activities could be properly supervised and his genetic heritage could contribute to the community's breeding program. The confrontation with Foundation personnel convinced James that he was in immediate danger and needed to escape from Blackwater before he became another victim of their human trafficking operation. He managed to copy the most damaging records and flee the town under cover of darkness, eventually reaching federal law enforcement agencies that were already investigating reports of missing persons and human trafficking activities in rural North Carolina. The FBI investigation that followed revealed that the Blackwater Heritage Foundation had been operating one of the most sophisticated human breeding and trafficking networks ever discovered in the United States. Margaret Caldwell, Diana Foster, and 19 other Foundation members were arrested on charges including human trafficking, kidnapping, conspiracy, and murder. The investigation revealed that the organization had been responsible for the disappearance of more than 130 people over 50 years, using their genealogical research activities as cover for systematic breeding and sale of human beings. James Patterson never returned to Blackwater after testifying at the trials that eventually convicted the Foundation leadership. His genealogical research had revealed that his family's entire history had been fabricated and manipulated by criminals who had used genetic engineering to create human beings for sale to the highest bidders. The discovery that even his own existence had been planned and controlled by traffickers left him questioning everything he had believed about his identity and heritage. The town of Blackwater continues to exist, but most of the original families have dispersed to other areas where their genetic heritage is not a matter of public record. The Heritage Foundation building now stands empty, its archives seized as evidence in ongoing investigations into the network of human trafficking operations that had used small American towns as breeding facilities for more than half a century. Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight, we bring you a new descent into fear with 8 of the most disturbing true rest stop horror stories ever shared. These accounts are not drawn from imagination or secondhand tales, but from the harrowing testimonies of individuals whose routine highway stops became encounters they wish they could forget. Each story transports us to the desolate corners of America's interstate system, where fluorescent lights flicker over empty parking lots and predators lurk in the shadows between vending machines and bathroom stalls. From late-night fuel emergencies turned deadly to family road trips interrupted by human monsters, these tales reveal the chilling truth that danger often waits where travelers feel most vulnerable. The testimonies have been carefully documented and cross-referenced to ensure their veracity remains uncompromised, while certain identifying details have been altered to protect the privacy of those brave enough to share their ordeals. If you have not yet joined our growing community of horror enthusiasts, subscribe to Buried Files and activate the notification bell, so you never miss a single night when the unknown comes calling. Be sure to leave a comment below and tell us about your own highway experiences or which story disturbed you the most. Driving for 14 straight hours had pushed me past my limit, and I knew that continuing would be dangerously irresponsible for both myself and other drivers on the highway. The digital clock on my dashboard read 1:47 a.m. as I searched desperately for somewhere safe to pull over and catch a few hours of sleep before completing the final stretch of my journey from Seattle to Denver. My name is Baylant, though most people have trouble pronouncing it correctly. And I was 26 years old when this incident occurred, working as an independent contractor hauling freight across the western United States in my modified pickup truck. The load I was carrying was not particularly valuable, just industrial equipment bound for a construction site in Colorado. But the delivery deadline was tight and the customer had emphasized the importance of arriving on schedule. I had been making good time until a massive traffic backup caused by a multi-vehicle accident near Boise had cost me nearly 3 hours, forcing me to push deeper into the night than I normally would have preferred. Fatigue was beginning to affect my reaction time and judgment, and I knew that finding a place to rest was no longer optional but absolutely essential. The truck stop I had planned to use was still 40 miles ahead according to my GPS, but my eyelids were growing heavy and I was starting to experience the telltale signs of micro-sleep that had ended the careers of too many long-haul drivers I had known over the years. When I spotted the exit sign for a rest area just 2 miles ahead, I decided to swallow my pride and settle for a few hours of uncomfortable sleep in my truck cab rather than risk falling asleep at the wheel and potentially killing someone. The rest area was larger than most, with separate parking sections for passenger vehicles and commercial trucks, along with a substantial brick building that housed restrooms, vending machines, and a small information center. There were perhaps a dozen other vehicles scattered throughout the lot when I arrived, mostly long-haul truckers who had made the same decision I was making, choosing safety over comfort by sleeping in their cabs rather than pushing forward into dangerous territory. The commercial parking section was well lit by overhead sodium lights that cast everything in an orange glow, and I found a spot near the back where my truck would not block other drivers. I had developed a routine over my years of highway driving for these overnight stops, checking that all my doors were locked, adjusting my mirrors to provide maximum visibility around my vehicle, and positioning my phone and CB radio within easy reach in case I needed to call for help. My sleeping bag was stored behind the driver's seat along with a small pillow and a few personal items, and within 10 minutes of parking, I had transformed my cab into a reasonably comfortable sleeping space. But sleep did not come easily despite my exhaustion, perhaps because of the unfamiliar environment or the ambient noise from highway traffic that continued throughout the night. I dozed fitfully for what felt like an hour or two, waking periodically to check my surroundings and ensure that nothing had changed since I had closed my eyes. The other trucks in the lot remained dark and quiet, their drivers presumably getting the rest they needed before continuing their own journeys in the morning. It was during one of these periodic wake-up checks, probably around 3:30 a.m. based on the position of the moon, that I noticed the sedan parked about 50 yards away from my truck. The vehicle had not been there when I had arrived, and its occupants appeared to be awake and active despite the late hour. Two figures were visible in the front seats, and they seemed to be engaged in animated conversation while occasionally gesturing toward the various trucks in the commercial parking area. At first, I assumed they were simply travelers who had stopped to rest, perhaps discussing their route or arguing about whether to continue driving or wait until dawn. But as I watched through my side mirror, their behavior began to seem increasingly suspicious. They were not settling in for sleep like normal travelers would, but rather conducting what appeared to be a systematic survey of all the commercial vehicles in the lot, taking particular interest in the trucks that showed no signs of occupancy. One of the figures exited the sedan and began walking through the parking area, moving from truck to truck with purposeful determination. He carried a small flashlight that he used to examine license plates and peer through windows, clearly searching for something specific, though I could not determine what that might be. When he reached a large semi-trailer that had been parked near the restroom building, he spent several minutes working at the trailer doors with what appeared to be some kind of tool. I realized I was witnessing either a theft in progress or reconnaissance for a future crime, and I reached for my CB radio to contact other drivers in the area, or potentially reach a state trooper who might be monitoring the emergency channels. But before I could key the microphone, the figure near the semi-trailer looked directly toward my truck, and I had the distinct impression that he had spotted me watching him despite the distance and darkness. He immediately abandoned whatever he had been doing at the trailer and began walking toward my location with a stride that suggested hostile intentions rather than innocent curiosity. I quickly locked my doors and started my engine, preparing to leave the rest area if the situation escalated further. But the sound of my diesel engine turning over apparently alerted his companion in the sedan, because within seconds their vehicle was moving in my direction with headlights off and engine running unusually quiet. The two vehicles were now approaching my truck from different angles, clearly attempting to box me in and prevent my escape from the parking area. I realized that what I had initially interpreted as a simple theft operation was actually something far more dangerous, and that I had become a target because I had witnessed their activities. These were not opportunistic criminals looking for easy cargo to steal, but predators who were prepared to eliminate witnesses to their crimes. I threw my truck into reverse and backed away from my parking spot as quickly as possible, turning toward what I hoped would be a clear path to the exit. But the sedan had anticipated my movement and positioned itself to block the main route back to the highway, while the man on foot was now running toward me with something metallic glinting in his hand. I had to make a split-second decision between confronting them directly or finding an alternative escape route. The rest area was bordered on three sides by dense forest, but I remembered seeing a maintenance road that led around behind the restroom building when I had first arrived. It was not designed for commercial traffic, but my pickup truck was smaller and more maneuverable than a full-size semi, and it might provide an escape route that the sedan could not follow. I turned toward the maintenance road and accelerated hard, bouncing over a concrete curb and onto the narrow gravel surface that wound between the trees. My headlights illuminated a tunnel of overhanging branches as I navigated the rough terrain, and I could hear the sedan attempting to follow behind me despite the obvious damage being inflicted on its low-clearance undercarriage. The maintenance road was clearly not intended for high-speed pursuit, with sharp turns and steep grades that favored my four-wheel drive vehicle over their streetcar. But they were persistent in their chase, and I could see their headlights in my mirrors as they struggled to keep pace through the challenging terrain. The road eventually led to a gate that provided access to the highway maintenance facility, and I was relieved to discover that it was not locked despite the late hour. I drove through the gate and onto a paved access road that connected to the interstate about half a mile from the rest area, effectively bypassing the trap that had been set for me in the main parking lot. The sedan was no longer visible in my mirrors, presumably having given up the chase when the terrain became too difficult for their vehicle to handle. I drove for another 20 miles before stopping at a well-lit truck stop where I immediately contacted the state police to report what I had witnessed and experienced. The dispatcher took my report seriously and promised to send units to investigate the rest area, though she warned me that the suspects had probably fled the scene by the time officers arrived. She also mentioned that there had been several similar incidents reported along that stretch of highway over the past month, involving commercial drivers who had been targeted by individuals who appeared to be conducting organized cargo theft operations. The investigation that followed revealed that the rest area had been used as a base of operations for a criminal organization that specialized in hijacking commercial vehicles and stealing their cargo. They had developed a sophisticated system for identifying vulnerable targets, using spotters to monitor rest areas and truck stops for drivers who appeared to be traveling alone and carrying valuable loads. When they found suitable targets, they would either steal the entire vehicle or force the driver to cooperate through threats of violence. Several drivers had reported being approached by individuals who claimed to have mechanical problems or who offered assistance with directions, only to find themselves surrounded by multiple attackers who demanded access to their cargo. In at least 2 cases, drivers who had resisted or attempted to flee had been seriously injured during the encounters, and one driver had been hospitalized with stab wounds after refusing to surrender his truck keys. The police eventually arrested 4 individuals in connection with the cargo theft ring, recovering stolen merchandise worth over $200,000 and several commercial vehicles that had been taken from rest areas throughout Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. The investigation revealed that they had been operating for nearly 2 years, using a network of spotters and communication equipment to coordinate their attacks and avoid law enforcement detection. That night taught me valuable lessons about the vulnerability of commercial drivers during mandatory rest periods, and the importance of choosing overnight stops carefully. I learned to avoid isolated rest areas whenever possible, preferring instead to use busy truck stops with security personnel and surveillance cameras. I also invested in better communication equipment and developed relationships with other drivers who could provide mutual support during overnight stops. The cargo theft ring had specifically targeted drivers who appeared to be sleeping alone in their vehicles, counting on isolation and surprise to overwhelm their victims before they could call for help or escape. They had studied the patterns of commercial traffic and identified rest areas that provided optimal conditions for their operations, including limited visibility from the highway and multiple escape routes through surrounding terrain. I continued working as an independent contractor for several more years after that incident, but I never again underestimated the dangers that could lurk in seemingly safe rest areas during the vulnerable hours of the night. The highway system that enables commerce and connects communities across vast distances can also provide cover for predators who understand how to exploit the isolation and fatigue that are inevitable parts of long-distance trucking. That rest area in Idaho looked peaceful and secure when I first arrived, but it had been carefully selected by criminals who understood that tired drivers would be easy targets for robbery and violence. I was fortunate to escape with my life and my cargo intact, but other drivers were not so lucky in their encounters with the same organization. All I wanted was a quick bite before getting back on the highway. Something simple and familiar that would sustain me through the remaining 4 hours of driving back to college in Pennsylvania. I had been visiting my grandmother in Virginia for her 80th birthday celebration, and the weekend had been filled with family gatherings and elaborate meals that left me feeling overly full and slightly drowsy. But the drive home was taking longer than expected due to construction delays and heavy traffic. And by the time I reached the large travel plaza along Interstate 95, my stomach was growling with hunger, and my energy levels were dangerously low. May was the name my grandmother always called me, though everyone else knew me as Michelle. And at 21 years old, I was finishing my junior year studying communications at a small liberal arts college in the mountains of central Pennsylvania. This was one of my regular trips home to see family, a routine journey I had made dozens of times over the past 3 years without ever encountering anything more threatening than aggressive drivers and occasional mechanical problems. But something felt different about this particular travel plaza from the moment I parked my Honda Accord in the massive lot filled with cars, trucks, and recreational vehicles. The travel plaza was one of those sprawling commercial complexes that dot the major interstate highways, complete with multiple fast food restaurants, a convenience store, fuel pumps, and even a small arcade area for children. The building itself was designed to accommodate hundreds of travelers simultaneously, with high ceilings, wide corridors, and large windows that provided views of the surrounding countryside. During peak travel times, these facilities buzzed with activity as families, business travelers, and long-haul truckers stopped to refuel both their vehicles and themselves. But despite the busy atmosphere and constant flow of people, I noticed someone watching me from the moment I entered the main building. He was a tall man in his 30s wearing jeans and a flannel shirt that might have looked normal on anyone else. But something about his demeanor set him apart from the other travelers. While everyone else moved through the facility with purpose, heading directly toward their intended destinations, this man seemed to have no particular objective other than observing the people around him, and his attention kept returning to me with uncomfortable frequency. I tried to dismiss my uneasiness as paranoia brought on by too much coffee and too little sleep, but as I made my way through the food court area, I could not shake the feeling that I was being systematically evaluated by someone with predatory intentions. The man maintained a careful distance, never getting close enough to seem obviously threatening, but positioning himself where he could monitor my movements while appearing to be engaged in normal travel plaza activities, like browsing magazine racks or checking departure boards. The food court offered the usual selection of chain restaurants, and I settled on a chicken sandwich and fries from one of the more popular establishments. The ordering process took several minutes due to a long line of hungry travelers. And during that time, I noticed that my observer had moved to a table near the seating area where he could watch me without being directly visible from my position in line. He had purchased a cup of coffee and was pretending to read a newspaper, but his eyes kept flicking up toward me with the practiced casualness of someone who had done this many times before. When I finally received my order, I chose a table in the center of the seating area, surrounded by families and other travelers who provided a sense of security through their proximity. But even in this crowded environment, I felt exposed and vulnerable, like a deer that has caught the scent of a predator but cannot determine the exact location of the threat. The man with the newspaper had positioned himself 3 tables away, close enough to overhear conversations but far enough to avoid drawing attention from other patrons. I ate my meal quickly, eager to complete my transaction and return to the relative safety of my locked vehicle. But the man made no effort to conceal his interest in my activities. When I stood to dispose of my trash, he folded his newspaper and prepared to follow. When I walked toward the restroom area, he abandoned his coffee and moved to a position near the corridor entrance. It became clear that he was not simply a curious observer, but someone who was actively tracking my movements with some specific purpose in mind. The restroom was located down a long corridor that led away from the main food court area, and I realized as I walked toward it that I would be temporarily isolated from the crowds that had provided my sense of security. But I also knew that biological necessities could not be postponed indefinitely, and I hoped that the restroom would offer a brief respite from the unwelcome attention I had been receiving. I pushed through the door marked for women and immediately felt relieved to discover that the facility was occupied by several other female travelers, including a mother with 2 young daughters who were washing their hands at the sink area. But my relief was short-lived, because within minutes of entering the restroom I heard the main door open and close repeatedly, followed by the sound of footsteps that seemed to be pacing back and forth in the corridor outside. Someone was waiting for me to emerge, and based on the pattern of movement, it appeared to be a single individual rather than a group of people passing through the area. I lingered inside the restroom as long as possible, pretending to check my appearance in the mirror while actually trying to formulate some kind of strategy for dealing with my unwelcome follower. When the mother and her children finally left, I was alone in the restroom with nothing but the sound of my own heartbeat and the occasional footstep from the corridor outside. I pulled out my cell phone and considered calling for help, but I realized that I had not actually been threatened or approached directly, which meant that security personnel might dismiss my concerns as overactive imagination. The man had been careful to maintain plausible deniability, never crossing the line into obviously threatening behavior that would justify intervention by authorities. I decided that my best option was to return to the food court and position myself near the information desk or security office, where help would be immediately available if the situation escalated. But when I opened the restroom door and stepped into the corridor, I found my follower standing directly outside, leaning against the wall in a casual pose that would appear innocent to anyone passing by. He smiled when he saw me, and there was something predatory about his expression that made my skin crawl with revulsion and fear. He spoke for the first time since I had noticed him, asking if I was having trouble finding something or if I needed directions to any particular location. His voice was smooth and practiced, with the kind of false friendliness that salespeople use when they are trying to establish trust with potential customers. But there was an underlying current of menace in his tone that made it clear this was not a genuine offer of assistance, but rather an attempt to engage me in conversation and potentially lure me into a more isolated location. I mumbled something about being fine and tried to walk past him toward the main food court area, but he fell into step beside me, maintaining a running commentary about the travel plaza and the various amenities it offered. He mentioned that there were hiking trails behind the building and a picnic area that was much quieter than the crowded interior spaces. He suggested that I might enjoy getting some fresh air before continuing my journey, and he offered to show me the way to these outdoor facilities. The conversation felt like a script that he had rehearsed many times before, and I began to understand that I was not his first potential victim. He had refined his approach through practice, learning to appear helpful and non-threatening while gradually maneuvering his targets toward isolated locations where he could reveal his true intentions. The outdoor areas he was describing would be perfect for an attack, far enough from the main building that screams would not be heard and secluded enough that other travelers would not accidentally interrupt. As we approached the food court, I spotted a state trooper who was purchasing coffee from one of the vendors, and I immediately changed direction to approach him. My follower seemed to understand what I was doing because he suddenly stopped walking and pretended to be interested in a display of travel magazines near the entrance. But instead of abandoning his pursuit entirely, he maintained his position where he could observe my interaction with the officer and resume his stalking once the conversation ended. I explained my situation to the trooper as quietly as possible, describing the behavior I had observed and my growing concern about the man's intentions. The officer listened carefully and agreed that the pattern I described was suspicious enough to warrant investigation. He asked me to point out the individual in question, and when I gestured toward the magazine display, we discovered that the man had vanished completely, apparently slipping away the moment he realized that law enforcement was becoming involved. The trooper took down my information and a detailed description of my follower, explaining that there had been several similar reports at travel plazas throughout Virginia and Maryland over the past few months. The suspect appeared to target young women traveling alone, following them through the facilities and attempting to lure them to isolated areas where attacks could occur without witnesses. Most of the previous incidents had ended with the women managing to escape or seek help before any physical assault occurred, but the pattern suggested a predator who was becoming increasingly bold and persistent. The officer escorted me to my vehicle and waited while I secured my belongings and prepared to continue my journey. He provided me with his direct contact information and instructed me to call immediately if I noticed anyone following me or if I encountered the same individual at subsequent stops along my route. He also suggested that I avoid stopping at any isolated facilities for the remainder of my trip, sticking to busy truck stops and well-populated rest areas where help would be readily available. I completed my drive to Pennsylvania without further incident, though I found myself constantly checking my mirrors for any sign of pursuit and avoiding stops whenever possible. The experience had fundamentally changed my perception of travel plaza safety, and I realized that predators often use these facilities as hunting grounds because they provide access to vulnerable travelers who are temporarily separated from their usual support systems and protective environments. In the weeks that followed, I learned that the state police had identified and arrested a suspect who matched my description, charging him with stalking and attempted assault in connection with multiple incidents at travel plazas throughout the Mid-Atlantic region. He had been using these facilities systematically, spending hours each day observing potential victims and refining his approach based on what worked and what did not. His vehicle contained detailed notes about different travel plazas, including optimal times for hunting and the locations of security cameras and blind spots. The investigation revealed that he had been escalating his behavior over time, becoming more aggressive and persistent with each encounter as he gained confidence in his methods. Several women had reported being followed to their vehicles, and at least 2 had been physically grabbed before managing to escape. The police believed that it was only a matter of time before he had progressed to more serious crimes, and my report had helped them establish the pattern of behavior that led to his eventual capture. That incident taught me the importance of trusting my instincts and seeking help when something feels wrong, even if I cannot articulate exactly what the threat might be. Predators rely on their victims' reluctance to cause scenes or appear paranoid, and they use that social conditioning to their advantage when selecting and stalking potential targets. The crowded environment of a travel plaza can provide a false sense of security, but it can also offer perfect camouflage for someone who knows how to blend in while hunting for vulnerable prey. I still make regular trips between Pennsylvania and Virginia to visit my family, but I approach travel plazas with much greater awareness and caution than I did before that frightening encounter. I have learned to vary my routes and stops, to remain alert to anyone who shows unusual interest in my activities, and to seek help immediately if I feel threatened, rather than hoping that the situation will resolve itself naturally. My parents had not taken us on a road trip in years. Not since Mark turned 8 and I was still too young to remember most of our family adventures. But that summer, Dad decided it was time to drive from our home in Denver all the way to his brother's ranch in Montana. A journey he promised would be filled with scenic mountain views and quality family bonding time. Mom packed enough snacks to feed a small army, and my little sister Sarah bounced excitedly in her booster seat as we loaded up our aging Suburban for what was supposed to be a 12-hour drive through some of the most beautiful countryside in America. We left at dawn on a Saturday morning, with Dad insisting we could make the trip in one day if we kept our stops to a minimum. The first few hours were everything he had promised, with golden wheat fields stretching endlessly on both sides of the highway, and the Rocky Mountains growing larger and more imposing with each passing mile. Sarah and I played travel games and listened to music on our portable CD players, while Mom read aloud from a guidebook about all the historical landmarks we would encounter along the way. But somewhere around hour 6, just as we crossed into Wyoming, Sarah began complaining of stomach cramps. At first, Mom thought it was just car sickness from too many snacks in the winding mountain roads, but when Sarah started crying and holding her side, it became clear that something more serious was happening. Dad pulled over at the first rest stop he could find, a weathered concrete structure with picnic tables and restroom facilities that sat alone in a valley surrounded by towering pine forests. The rest stop was nearly deserted when we arrived, with only a single RV parked at the far end of the lot and what appeared to be a maintenance truck near the restroom building. Dad carried Sarah to one of the picnic tables while Mom rummaged through her purse for the children's medicine she always packed on trips. But Sarah's condition seemed to be getting worse by the minute, and when she started vomiting, Mom made the decision that we needed to find the nearest hospital immediately. The problem was that we were in the middle of nowhere, at least 40 miles from the nearest town according to our road atlas, and Sarah was in no condition to endure another hour of mountain driving. Dad decided that Mom should stay with Sarah at the rest stop while he drove into town to find help and bring back either a doctor or an ambulance. It seemed like the most logical plan at the time, though looking back now I realize how many things could have gone wrong with that decision. I was supposed to stay with Mom and Sarah, but at 8 years old I was more interested in exploring the hiking trails that led into the forest behind the rest stop. While my parents were focused on Sarah's condition and discussing their options, I wandered away from the picnic area and discovered a narrow path that wound between the massive pine trees, disappearing into the shadows of the deep woods. The trail was marked with small wooden signs that promised a scenic overlook just half a mile ahead, and I was curious to see what kind of view it might offer. The forest was cooler and darker than I had expected, with thick canopy blocking out most of the afternoon sunlight and creating an almost twilight atmosphere even though it was barely past 2 o'clock. I followed the trail for what felt like several minutes, listening to the sound of my footsteps on the packed earth and the distant calls of birds. Somewhere high in the branches above me, the air smelled of pine needles and damp soil, and I felt like I was walking through an enchanted forest from one of the fairy tales Mom used to read to us. But when I turned around to look back toward the rest stop, I realized I could no longer see the parking lot or hear the sound of cars on the highway. The trail had curved and twisted through the trees more than I had noticed, and everything around me looked identical. Just endless rows of towering pines stretching in every direction. I started to feel the first flutter of panic in my chest as I realized I might be lost. But I tried to stay calm and retrace my steps back the way I had come. That was when I heard the voices. At first, I thought it might be other hikers or maybe park rangers, but as I moved closer to the sound, I realized there was something wrong with the way they were talking. The voices were low and urgent, with a secretive quality that made me instinctively want to hide rather than call out for help. I crept behind a large boulder near the edge of a small clearing and peered through the underbrush to see what was happening. 3 men were standing in a circle near what appeared to be a makeshift campsite, complete with a camouflage tarp stretched between several trees and camping equipment scattered around a cold fire pit. 2 of the men were dressed in hunting clothes, but the third wore the same type of maintenance uniform I had seen on the truck back at the rest stop. They were examining something spread out on a folding table, and when one of them moved aside, I could see that it was a collection of photographs and what looked like personal items, including driver's licenses and jewelry. The maintenance man was pointing to one of the photographs and speaking in a voice that carried clearly through the still forest air. He was describing a woman with blonde hair and 2 children, one about 8 years old and a younger girl who had stopped at the rest area that afternoon. My blood turned to ice as I realized he was talking about my family and that somehow these men had been watching us from the moment we arrived. One of the hunters asked about the timing, and the maintenance man checked his watch before explaining that the father had left about 20 minutes ago, which meant it would be at least an hour before he returned with help. He said the mother and children were alone and vulnerable, and that this was the perfect opportunity they had been waiting for. The other hunter asked about the RV at the far end of the parking lot, and the maintenance man laughed, saying that those people had been taken care of the previous day and would not be a problem. I had heard enough to understand that my family was in immediate danger, but I was completely lost in the forest with no idea how to find my way back to warn them. The men were still talking about their plans, and from what I could gather, they intended to wait until dark before making their move, which gave me perhaps 2 hours to find help or find my way back to the rest stop. I started moving as quietly as possible away from their campsite, trying to follow what I hoped was the direction back to the trail. The next hour was the longest of my young life, as I stumbled through the forest trying to navigate by the position of the sun through the tree canopy, and the sound of distant traffic that seemed to come from every direction at once. I fell into streams, scraped my arms on thorny underbrush, and fought back tears of frustration and fear as I searched desperately for any landmark that might guide me back to safety. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, and I spent 10 terrifying minutes hiding behind a fallen log, convinced that one of the men had discovered my presence and was hunting me through the woods. But finally, just as the shadows were beginning to lengthen and I was starting to lose hope, I spotted the concrete roof of the rest stop building through the trees ahead. I ran the final 100 yards without caring about the noise I was making, bursting out of the forest and into the parking lot, where I found Mom sitting at the same picnic table, still holding Sarah and looking anxiously toward the highway for any sign of Dad's return. I tried to explain what I had seen and heard, but I was crying and out of breath, and Mom initially thought I was just scared from getting lost in the woods. It was not until I mentioned the specific details about the photographs and the maintenance truck that she realized I was telling the truth about something genuinely threatening. She gathered up Sarah and our belongings, and we ran to our Suburban, locking all the doors and sitting in terrified silence as we waited for Dad to return. When Dad finally arrived with a local doctor and a sheriff's deputy, they found the maintenance truck abandoned near the restroom building, and a search of the surrounding forest revealed the campsite I had described, complete with evidence of multiple previous crimes. The 3 men were arrested 2 days later at a truck stop in Idaho, and we learned that they had been using the remote rest area as a hunting ground for months, targeting isolated families and lone travelers who stopped there during their cross-country journeys. The RV that had been parked at the far end of the lot was found buried in a shallow grove about a mile into the forest, along with the remains of an elderly couple from California, who had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sarah recovered from what turned out to be acute appendicitis, but it was months before any of us could talk about what might have happened if I had not stumbled across that campsite and overheard their plans. We never finished that road trip to Montana, and my family has not taken a long car journey together since. But I learned that sometimes the most innocent family moments can become something far more sinister, and that predators often hide in plain sight, wearing uniforms and smiles that make them seem helpful rather than dangerous. The forest may have been beautiful and peaceful on the surface, but it was also hiding secrets that could have destroyed my family forever. It was 2:17 a.m. when my gas gauge hit empty and the yellow warning light began its relentless blinking on my dashboard. I had been driving for nearly 6 hours straight, pushing through the monotonous stretch of Interstate 40 that cuts through the heart of Oklahoma, heading back to college after a long weekend visiting my girlfriend Kyle back home. The highway was deserted at this hour, nothing but darkness stretching endlessly in both directions, broken only by the occasional semi-truck thundering past in the opposite lane, its headlights briefly illuminating the barren landscape before disappearing into the night. The nearest rest stop, according to my GPS, was still 12 miles ahead, but with my fuel tank running on fumes, I knew I would never make it that far. My heart sank when I spotted the faded exit sign for what appeared to be the only gas station within a 30-mile radius. The sign was weathered and partially obscured by rust stains, advertising a place called Quick Stop, with an arrow pointing down a narrow off-ramp that seemed to vanish into complete darkness. I had no choice but to take the gamble. The off-ramp descended into what felt like a forgotten corner of the world. The overhead highway lights disappeared behind me, and my headlights became the only source of illumination cutting through the thick Oklahoma night. The road was cracked and poorly maintained, with weeds growing up through the asphalt and no reflective lane markers to guide the way. After about 2 miles of winding through what appeared to be abandoned farmland, I finally saw the harsh fluorescent glow of the Quick Stop rising from the darkness like some kind of beacon. The gas station sat alone in a sea of cracked concrete, surrounded by nothing but empty fields and a few skeletal trees that swayed ominously in the night breeze. The building itself looked like it had been frozen in time since the 1980s, with faded yellow and red paint peeling from its walls and a collection of vintage soda advertisements plastered across the windows. 2 fuel pumps stood under a flickering canopy light that cast strange shadows across the forecourt, and I could see through the grimy windows that a single clerk was manning the register inside. I pulled up to the pump closest to the building, keeping my engine running while I assessed my surroundings. The place felt wrong somehow, though I could not immediately put my finger on what was bothering me. Perhaps it was the complete isolation, or the way the fluorescent lights hummed with an electrical buzz that seemed too loud in the silence. Or maybe it was just the exhaustion from my long drive playing tricks on my mind. I turned off my engine and stepped out into the cool night air, immediately noticing how the silence seemed to press in around me like a physical presence. The fuel pump was an ancient model that required payment inside, so I walked across the cracked pavement toward the entrance, my footsteps echoing strangely in the stillness. Through the glass door, I could see the clerk behind the counter, a thin man in his 50s wearing a stained uniform shirt and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He looked up as I approached, and something about his smile made me pause for just a moment before pushing through the door. The interior of the station was cramped and cluttered, with narrow aisles packed with dusty merchandise and a lingering smell of stale cigarettes and motor oil. The clerk watched me with an intensity that felt uncomfortable, his pale eyes tracking my movements as I grabbed a bag of chips and an energy drink from the cooler. When I approached the counter to prepay for my gas, he leaned forward slightly, and I noticed his fingernails were unusually long and yellowed. "Traveling alone tonight?" he asked, his voice carrying a strange lilt that made the innocent question sound somehow predatory. I nodded curtly and handed him 2 $20 bills, eager to complete my transaction and get back on the road. He processed the payment with deliberate slowness, his fingers lingering on mine when he handed me the receipt, and his smile widened to reveal teeth that were stained brown from years of tobacco use. Outside, I hurried to my car and began filling my tank, constantly glancing over my shoulder toward the station windows. The clerk had moved from behind the counter and was now standing directly at the glass, watching me with that same unsettling smile. The fuel pump seemed to be dispensing gas at an unusually slow rate, and with each passing minute I felt my anxiety building like pressure in a kettle about to boil over. That was when I noticed the pickup truck. It had been parked behind the building when I arrived, barely visible in the shadows, but now it was idling near the edge of the property with its headlights off. I could make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the driver's seat, though I could not determine if they were watching me or simply waiting. My hands began to shake as I gripped the fuel nozzle, and every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to leave immediately. The gas pump finally clicked off at $37, still several dollars short of what I had paid, but I did not care about the difference. I hung up the nozzle with trembling fingers and rushed back toward my car, but as I reached for the door handle, I heard the pickup truck engine rev behind me. When I spun around, I saw that it had moved closer, now positioned directly between my vehicle and the exit, effectively blocking my most direct route back to the highway. Through my rearview mirror, I watched as the clerk emerged from the station and began walking casually across the parking lot toward my car. He moved with the confident stride of someone who knew exactly what was about to happen, and in his right hand I could see the metallic glint of what appeared to be a large wrench or tire iron. The pickup truck door opened, and a second figure stepped out, this one wearing dark clothing and a ski mask despite the warm September night. My engine turned over on the third try, and I threw the transmission into reverse, backing away from the pump at dangerous speed. The clerk had to jump aside to avoid being hit, and I heard him shout something that was lost in the sound of my spinning tires on the loose gravel. The pickup truck lurched forward to maintain its blocking position, but I had already committed to a different escape route, steering my car across the rough terrain behind the station building. My suspension protested as I bounced over deep ruts and scattered debris, but I kept my foot pressed firmly on the accelerator, using my headlights to navigate between rusted barrels and abandoned equipment. In my rearview mirror, I could see both men running back toward the pickup truck, and within seconds its headlights flared to life as they began their pursuit across the uneven ground. I reached a chain-link fence that separated the station property from an adjacent field, and for a terrifying moment, I thought I was trapped. But years of neglect had left a section of the fencing partially collapsed, and I was able to drive through the gap, my car scraping against the twisted metal posts as I forced my way into the open pasture beyond. The pickup truck was larger and heavier, and I gained precious seconds as they struggled to navigate the same obstacle. The field was a maze of irrigation ditches and scattered hay bales, and I drove by pure instinct, following what appeared to be a farm road that led toward a distant line of trees. My headlights swept back and forth as I searched for the path, and behind me I could see the pickup truck gaining ground, its more powerful engine and four-wheel drive giving it a significant advantage over my compact sedan on the rough terrain. Just when I thought they would overtake me, I spotted another road running parallel to the tree line, and beyond that, the blessed sight of highway lights in the distance. I pushed my car harder than I ever had before, the engine screaming in protest as I bounced and skidded across the final stretch of open ground. The pickup truck made one last desperate surge to cut me off, but I managed to reach the paved road with perhaps 50 yards to spare. Once I merged back onto the interstate, I drove for another hour before I felt safe enough to stop at a proper rest area with security cameras and other travelers. My hands were still shaking as I called the state police to report what had happened, though I was not surprised when they told me that the gas station had been abandoned for over 3 years, and that local authorities had received similar reports from other travelers who claimed to have been lured there by outdated GPS databases. I never found out what those men had planned for me that night, and I try not to think about what might have happened if I had been less alert, or if my car had broken down in that isolated place. But I learned an important lesson about trusting my instincts and the dangers that can lurk in the dark spaces between cities, where predators wait patiently for vulnerable travelers who have no choice but to stop. Now, whenever I take long trips, I make sure to fill my tank before the sun goes down, and I research my route carefully to avoid any remote stops that might put me in a similar situation. That night taught me that the real monsters are not the ones we imagine in our nightmares, but the ones who smile at us from behind a counter and ask if we are traveling alone. The engine started making that grinding noise just past midnight, somewhere along a desolate stretch of Interstate 70 that cuts through the heart of Kansas wheat country. I had been driving for nearly 8 hours straight, making the journey from my college in Colorado back to my family home in Missouri for spring break. And I was still at least 3 hours away from my destination when my 10-year-old Honda Civic began protesting the long trip. At first, it was just a subtle vibration in the steering wheel, but within minutes the noise had escalated to a metallic scraping sound that could not be ignored. Jessica was my name then, though I go by Jess now, and at 20 years old I had never experienced a serious car breakdown during a long-distance trip. My father had always handled the maintenance on my vehicle, and I naively assumed that regular oil changes and tire rotations were sufficient to prevent any major mechanical failures. But as the grinding noise grew louder and my engine temperature gauge began climbing toward the red zone, I realized that my automotive ignorance was about to become a serious problem. The highway was virtually empty at that hour, with nothing but darkness stretching endlessly in both directions and only the occasional semi-truck rumbling past at highway speeds. My cell phone showed no signal bars, which was not unusual for this remote section of Kansas, where cell towers are spaced dozens of miles apart and entire counties can be dead zones for wireless communication. The nearest town, according to my road atlas, was still 15 miles ahead, but with steam beginning to rise from under my hood, I knew I would never make it that far. I spotted the exit sign for what appeared to be a rest area about 2 miles ahead, and I coaxed my failing vehicle down the off-ramp with the engine temperature gauge now firmly planted in the danger zone. The rest stop was nothing more than a small parking area with a few picnic tables and a concrete restroom building, surrounded by fields of winter wheat that stretched to the horizon under a moonless sky. There were no other vehicles in the lot, no emergency phone, and no attendant on duty, just a single security light that cast long shadows across the cracked asphalt. I turned off my engine and sat in the darkness for several minutes, listening to the metallic pinging sounds of cooling metal and trying to formulate some kind of plan. My trunk contained a small toolkit that my father had insisted I carry, but I had never learned to use most of the tools, and attempting repairs in the middle of the night seemed both dangerous and futile. My best option appeared to be waiting until dawn and hoping that another traveler would stop and offer assistance, or that my cell phone might pick up a signal as the towers switched to different transmission patterns during off-peak hours. I decided to check the restroom facilities and then settle in for what promised to be a long and uncomfortable night in my car. The restroom building was a typical highway department structure, built from cinder blocks and painted in that institutional beige color that seems to be standard for government facilities. The women's side was accessed through a heavy metal door that squeaked loudly on rusted hinges, and the interior was illuminated by a single fluorescent fixture that flickered intermittently and cast strange shadows on the concrete walls. The facilities were clean enough, though clearly not maintained very frequently, and I was grateful to discover that the water was still running and the toilet paper dispensers were not empty. But as I was washing my hands at the small sink, I heard the sound of a vehicle pulling into the parking lot outside. My first reaction was relief, thinking that help had finally arrived, but something about the way the engine idled, low and rumbling like a large pickup truck or van, made me pause before rushing outside to flag down the driver. Through the small frosted window near the sink, I could see headlights positioned near my disabled Honda, and I watched as a tall figure got out of what appeared to be a dark-colored pickup truck and began walking around my vehicle. The person was carrying some kind of flashlight or lantern, and they seemed to be examining my car with more interest than a casual Good Samaritan might display. Instead of approaching the restroom building to look for the stranded motorist, they spent several minutes checking my license plates and peering through my windows at the personal belongings I had left on the seats. I remained frozen by the window, watching as the figure returned to their truck and appeared to be speaking with someone else inside the vehicle. The passenger door opened and a second person emerged, this one shorter but moving with the same deliberate manner as they approached my car from the opposite side. Both figures were now circling my Honda like predators examining their prey, and I realized with growing alarm that they had made no attempt to locate me or offer assistance despite the obvious breakdown situation. The shorter figure produced what looked like a crowbar or prying tool and began working on my driver's side door, while the taller person kept watch toward the restroom building. I understood with crystal clarity that these were not good Samaritans stopping to help a stranded motorist, but opportunists who had spotted a vulnerable young woman's vehicle and decided to take advantage of the situation. My personal belongings, including my purse and laptop computer, were visible through the windows, and they were clearly planning to burglarize my car while assuming I was either asleep inside or had wandered away from the area. But then the shorter figure said something to their companion, and both of them turned their attention toward the restroom building where I was hiding. The taller person began walking directly toward the women's entrance, moving with the confident stride of someone who knew exactly what they were looking for. I realized they had spotted evidence of my presence, perhaps footprints in the gravel or the fact that my car keys were missing from the ignition, and they were coming to find me. The restroom building had only one entrance and no windows large enough to climb through, which meant I was essentially trapped with nowhere to run or hide. The fluorescent light continued its erratic flickering, creating a strobe effect that made everything seem surreal and nightmarish. And I could hear footsteps approaching the metal door with deliberate slowness. I looked around desperately for anything that might serve as a weapon, settling on a metal trash can that I could potentially use to defend myself if necessary. The footsteps stopped just outside the door, and I held my breath as the handle began to turn with a metallic scraping sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the confined space. But instead of bursting in immediately, the person seemed to be listening, perhaps trying to determine if I was actually inside or if the building was empty. I pressed myself against the concrete wall beside the door, gripping the trash can and preparing for whatever was about to happen. That was when I heard the distant sound of another vehicle approaching from the highway, its headlights sweeping across the parking lot as it descended the exit ramp. The footsteps outside the door immediately retreated, and through the small window, I watched as both figures ran back toward their pickup truck with obvious urgency. Within seconds, their vehicle was speeding away into the darkness, leaving me alone with my disabled Honda and whoever was arriving in the new vehicle. The newcomer turned out to be a long-haul trucker who had noticed my car with its hood up and decided to check if anyone needed assistance. He was a middle-aged man with kind eyes and a genuine desire to help, and when I explained what had just happened with the two suspicious individuals, he immediately contacted the state police on his CB radio. He also had enough mechanical knowledge to diagnose my engine problem as a broken water pump, which explained the overheating and grinding noises I had been experiencing. The trucker stayed with me until a state trooper arrived about 30 minutes later, and together they helped arrange for a tow truck to transport my Honda to the nearest repair shop. The officer took a detailed report about the incident with the pickup truck and the attempted break-in, though he explained that without license plate numbers or better descriptions of the suspects, there was little chance of tracking them down. He did mention that there had been several similar reports along that stretch of highway over the past few months, involving stranded motorists who were targeted by opportunistic criminals. I never found out what those two individuals had planned for me that night, and I try not to think about what might have happened if the trucker had not arrived when he did. The repair shop was able to fix my water pump the following day, and I completed my journey home to Missouri without further incident, though the experience had fundamentally changed my perspective on highway travel and personal safety. Since that night, I have never undertaken a long-distance trip without ensuring my vehicle is in perfect mechanical condition, and I carry a fully charged cell phone with a car charger as backup. I also invested in a roadside assistance plan and learned basic automotive troubleshooting from my father, so I would never again be completely helpless in a breakdown situation. Most importantly, I learned to trust my instincts about dangerous situations and the importance of having an escape plan even when you feel trapped. The Kansas wheat fields may look peaceful and harmless during daylight hours, but they can hide predators who prey on vulnerable travelers during the darkest hours of the night. That broken water pump probably saved my life by forcing me to hide in that restroom building, because if I had been sleeping in my car when those men arrived, this story might have had a very different ending. After 6 hours of driving, I could not wait any longer. My bladder felt like it was about to burst, and the next rest stop, according to the highway signs, was still another 20 miles ahead on Interstate 77 through the mountains of West Virginia. I was 17 years old and on my first solo road trip, driving from my hometown in Ohio to visit my aunt in North Carolina for the summer. My parents had been reluctant to let me make the journey alone, but I had finally convinced them that I was mature enough to handle the responsibility of 8 hours behind the wheel. David was what everyone called me then, though most people use Dave now. And I had been looking forward to this trip for months as a symbol of my growing independence and adulthood. My father had spent weeks preparing my car for the journey, checking the oil and tire pressure and making sure I had emergency supplies in case of a breakdown. But no amount of preparation could have readied me for what I was about to encounter at a seemingly innocent rest area tucked into the mountains of rural West Virginia. The rest stop appeared just as I was reaching the point of desperation, marked by a small brown sign that indicated facilities and picnic tables were available 1 mile ahead. I took the exit with relief flooding through me, following a winding access road that descended into a small valley surrounded by dense forest on all sides. The facility was larger than I had expected, with a substantial brick building that housed separate men's and women's restrooms, along with a collection of picnic tables and vending machines arranged under a covered pavilion. There were several other vehicles in the parking lot when I arrived, including a family with young children who were eating lunch at one of the picnic tables, and an elderly couple walking their small dog along a nature trail that led into the surrounding woods. The scene looked perfectly normal and peaceful, with birds singing in the trees and a gentle breeze carrying the scent of mountain wildflowers through the clean air. I parked near the restroom building and hurried inside, grateful to finally address the physical discomfort that had been building for the past hour. The men's restroom was a typical highway facility with white tile walls and industrial fixtures that showed signs of heavy use, but appeared to be reasonably clean and well maintained. There were 3 urinals along one wall and 2 toilet stalls on the opposite side, with a row of sinks and mirrors near the entrance. The lighting was provided by fluorescent fixtures that hummed quietly overhead, and everything smelled of industrial disinfectant mixed with the faint odor of pine trees drifting in through a small ventilation window. I was standing at the middle urinal, finally experiencing the relief I had been craving for the past hour, when I heard the main door open behind me. Footsteps crossed the tile floor with a deliberate pace that seemed somehow different from the casual gait of other travelers I had encountered during my journey. Instead of proceeding directly to one of the other fixtures, the person stopped somewhere near the sinks, and I could feel their presence behind me like a weight pressing against my shoulders. The normal sounds of a rest area seemed to fade away, replaced by an uncomfortable silence that stretched on for far longer than felt natural. I finished what I was doing and moved toward the sinks to wash my hands, glancing in the mirror to see who had entered behind me. The reflection showed a middle-aged man wearing dark clothing and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes, standing motionless near the paper towel dispenser with his hands at his sides. He was not using any of the facilities, just watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. When I reached for the soap dispenser, the man moved closer, positioning himself directly behind me with no apparent purpose other than to invade my personal space. I could see his reflection more clearly now, and there was something wrong with his expression, a predatory smile that revealed yellowed teeth and eyes that seemed to be evaluating me like a hunter sizing up potential prey. He was larger than me by at least 50 pounds and several inches in height, and his presence filled the small restroom with an atmosphere of menace that made my heart begin to race. I tried to finish washing my hands as quickly as possible, but the man spoke before I could reach for a paper towel. His voice was low and gravelly with an accent I could not immediately place, and his words made my blood freeze in my veins. He asked if I was traveling alone, and when I did not respond immediately, he stepped even closer, close enough that I could smell cigarettes and unwashed clothing and something else that might have been fear or excitement. The question felt like a trap because answering truthfully would confirm my vulnerability, but lying might provoke him into some kind of aggressive response. I mumbled something non-committal about meeting friends nearby, trying to project confidence I did not feel while edging toward the exit. But the man moved to block my path, his smile widening as he realized that I was frightened and looking for a way to escape the confined space. He began asking more questions about my destination and travel plans, each query becoming more personal and intrusive than the last. He wanted to know where I was staying, whether anyone was expecting me at a specific time, and how long I planned to be in the area. His tone remained conversational, but there was an underlying threat in his demeanor that made it clear these were not innocent inquiries from a friendly fellow traveler. I tried to push past him toward the door, but he grabbed my arm with a grip that was painful and left no doubt about his intentions. He pulled me back from the exit and pressed me against the sink counter, his face now close enough that I could feel his breath on my neck. He whispered that he had been watching me since I arrived, and that he knew I was alone and vulnerable. He described in disturbing detail what he planned to do, and I realized that I was in immediate physical danger with no obvious way to call for help. The restroom door was heavy and would muffle any sounds I might make, and the family I had seen outside was probably too far away to hear me scream. The man seemed to understand this as well, because his grip on my arm tightened and he began forcing me toward one of the toilet stalls at the back of the restroom. I could see that he had planned this encounter carefully, choosing a location where he could corner his victims without interference from other travelers. But as he pushed me toward the stall, I remembered something my father had taught me about self-defense during our preparation for this trip. He had emphasized that in a dangerous situation, the most important thing was to create enough chaos and noise to attract attention from other people nearby. I stopped resisting his grip and instead threw my full weight backward into him, driving my elbow into his ribs as hard as I could while simultaneously screaming at the top of my lungs. The sudden reversal caught him off guard, and his grip loosened enough for me to break free and sprint toward the exit. I burst through the door and into the bright sunlight, still screaming for help and running toward the family at the picnic tables. The man followed me outside, but when he saw that other people were now aware of the situation and looking in our direction, he quickly changed course and headed toward a dark-colored van parked at the far end of the lot. The father from the family rushed over to help me, and together we watched as the van sped away from the rest area and back onto the highway. The man called 911 on his cell phone while his wife comforted me and helped me calm down enough to provide a coherent account of what had happened. The state police arrived within 20 minutes and took a detailed report, though the officer explained that without a license plate number, it would be difficult to track down the suspect. The trooper did mention that there had been several similar incidents reported at rest areas throughout West Virginia and neighboring states over the past year, all involving a middle-aged man who targeted young travelers, particularly those who appeared to be alone and vulnerable. He suspected that this individual was working a circuit of remote rest stops, moving from location to location to avoid detection while preying on unsuspecting victims. I completed my journey to North Carolina that same day, though I made sure to use only busy truck stops and well-populated rest areas for the remainder of the trip. The experience had shaken my confidence badly, and it took several weeks before I felt comfortable being alone in public restrooms or other isolated spaces. My parents were understandably upset when I told them what had happened, and they insisted on driving down to escort me home at the end of the summer. That encounter taught me valuable lessons about situational awareness and the importance of trusting my instincts when something feels wrong. I learned that predators often rely on the social conditioning that makes us reluctant to cause scenes or appear rude, and that sometimes being loud and disruptive can be the difference between becoming a victim and escaping unharmed. The mountains of West Virginia are beautiful and peaceful, but they also provide perfect cover for individuals who prey on travelers passing through remote areas. I never found out what that man had planned for me in that restroom, and I hope I never encounter anyone like him again. But I will always be grateful for the self-defense lessons my father insisted on teaching me, because they probably saved my life that day. With a crying baby and a full diaper bag, I desperately needed to find a place to change my 6-month-old son and take care of his increasingly urgent needs. I had been driving for nearly 5 hours from my home in Atlanta to visit my mother in Jacksonville, and little Seth had been fussing for the past hour despite my attempts to soothe him with music and snacks. The travel plaza that appeared on my GPS seemed like the perfect solution, advertising family restrooms and baby-changing facilities that would allow me to address his needs in a clean and private environment. My name is David, though most people call me Dave, and at 29 years old, I was still adjusting to the challenges of single parenthood after my wife had left us 6 months earlier. This was only my second long-distance trip alone with Seth, and I was learning that traveling with an infant required much more planning and flexibility than I had previously realized. Every stop became a complex operation involving diaper bags, bottles, and the constant worry about his safety and comfort in unfamiliar environments. The Travel Plaza was one of those large commercial complexes that serve multiple interstate highways with dozens of fuel pumps, several fast food restaurants, and a sprawling main building that housed everything from convenience stores to tourist information centers. It was exactly the type of busy, well-maintained facility that I preferred when traveling with Seth, because the constant flow of families and business travelers provided both security and the amenities that made infant care more manageable. I parked near the main entrance and gathered the supplies I would need for what I hoped would be a quick diaper change and feeding session. Seth's crying had escalated to the point where other travelers in the parking lot were beginning to notice, and I felt the familiar pressure of being a single father in public with a distressed child. The diaper bag felt heavier than usual as I slung it over my shoulder and lifted Seth from his car seat, trying to project competence and control while internally feeling overwhelmed by the logistics of the situation. The family restroom was located down a long corridor that branched off from the main food court area, clearly marked with colorful signs that advertised baby changing stations and private spaces for families with young children. The corridor was well lit and appeared to be regularly maintained, with clean tile floors and walls decorated with cheerful murals that were obviously designed to create a welcoming atmosphere for traveling families. Several other families were moving through the area, which added to my sense that this was a safe and appropriate place to tend to Seth's needs. The family restroom itself was larger and better equipped than I had expected, with a proper changing table, a comfortable chair for nursing mothers, and even a small sink at an appropriate height for children. Everything appeared to be clean and well maintained, and I felt relieved to have found such a suitable space for taking care of Seth's immediate needs. I locked the door behind us and began the familiar routine of laying out a changing pad and gathering the supplies I would need. Seth had calmed down somewhat once we were in the quiet environment of the restroom, and I was able to change his diaper efficiently and clean him up without the usual struggle that sometimes accompanied these necessary tasks. But just as I was finishing with the diaper change and preparing to give him a bottle, I heard footsteps in the corridor outside, followed by what sounded like someone testing the door handle to see if the room was occupied. At first, I assumed it was simply another family waiting to use the facility, and I called out that I would be finished in just a few more minutes. But instead of moving on to find another restroom or waiting patiently in the corridor, the person outside began knocking on the door with increasing persistence and urgency. The knocking quickly escalated to pounding, and I could hear a male voice demanding that I open the door immediately. The voice was aggressive and threatening in a way that made it clear this was not a normal request from another traveler, and I felt my heart rate increase as I realized that Seth and I might be in danger. The man outside was shouting that he knew I was in there with a baby, and that he had been watching me since I arrived at the travel plaza. He described details about my car and my appearance that proved he had indeed been observing me, and his knowledge of these specifics made the situation feel much more threatening than a random encounter. I gathered Seth close to my chest and moved to the far corner of the restroom, as far from the door as possible, while trying to think of some way to call for help or escape the situation. My cell phone was in my back pocket, but I was afraid that taking the time to dial 911 might provoke the man outside into more aggressive action. The family restroom had seemed like such a secure space when I had entered, but now it felt like a trap that had left us vulnerable and isolated from the safety of the crowded main building. The pounding on the door continued for what felt like several minutes, accompanied by increasingly disturbing statements about what the man intended to do once he gained access to the room. He seemed to understand that I was trapped and had no immediate way to escape, and his confidence was growing with each passing moment. Seth had begun crying again in response to the noise and my obvious distress, which only seemed to encourage the man outside to become more aggressive in his demands. But then, suddenly, the pounding stopped, and I could hear the sound of multiple voices in the corridor outside. Someone else had apparently heard the commotion and come to investigate, and the aggressive man was now trying to explain his behavior to what sounded like a security guard or law enforcement officer. I could not make out all the words being spoken, but the tone had changed dramatically from threatening to defensive, and the man seemed to be trying to minimize the situation. I waited several more minutes before cautiously unlocking the door and peering out into the corridor, where I found a travel plaza security guard speaking with a state trooper who had apparently been called to investigate the disturbance. They explained that the man had been arrested and removed from the facility, and that several other travelers had reported seeing him following families with young children throughout the travel plaza. His behavior had escalated over the course of the afternoon, and my encounter had been the most serious incident so far. The security guard walked Seth and me back to our car and waited while I secured him in his car seat and loaded our belongings. He explained that the man had been targeting single parents, particularly fathers traveling alone with infants, because he believed they would be less likely to put up resistance or call for help when confronted. The family restroom had been part of his strategy because it provided a private space where he could corner his intended victims without interference from other travelers. The trooper took a detailed report and provided me with case numbers and contact information for following up on the investigation. He mentioned that similar incidents had been reported at travel plazas throughout Georgia and Florida over the past month, and that they suspected this individual was part of a larger pattern of predatory behavior targeting vulnerable families during highway travel. The arrest might help them connect him to other unsolved cases in the region. I completed my journey to Jacksonville that day, but the experience had fundamentally changed my approach to traveling with Seth and my awareness of the potential dangers that could lurk in seemingly safe family facilities. What had started as a routine stop to address my infant son's needs had turned into a terrifying encounter that could have had much worse consequences if other travelers had not intervened when they did. Since that day, I have never used a family restroom without first ensuring that other people are aware of my presence and approximate timeline for completing my business. I also invested in a personal safety device that could summon help quickly if needed, and I developed relationships with other single parents who could provide mutual support and awareness during travel situations. The travel plaza industry markets these family facilities as safe havens for parents and children, but my experience taught me that predators understand this marketing as well and use it to identify and target vulnerable victims. I thought leaving at 5 a.m. would mean empty highways and a peaceful drive from my apartment in Chicago to the medical residency program in Houston, where I was scheduled to begin orientation on Monday morning. Kay was what everyone called me, though my full name is Catherine. And at 25 years old, I had just completed medical school and was embarking on what I hoped would be a prestigious surgical residency at one of the top teaching hospitals in Texas. The drive was supposed to take about 14 hours, and I had planned to make it in a single day with minimal stops to ensure I arrived well-rested for the demanding schedule that awaited me. My Honda Civic was packed with everything I owned, from medical textbooks and surgical instruments to personal belongings and enough clothes to last through my first few months of residency. The early departure time was part of my strategy to avoid the heavy traffic that typically plagued Interstate 45 through Dallas. And I had calculated that starting before dawn would allow me to reach Houston by early evening with plenty of time to settle into my new apartment and prepare for the following day. The first few hours of the drive went exactly as planned, with virtually no traffic on the highway and perfect weather conditions that made for easy driving. I stopped once for fuel and coffee at a large truck stop near the Arkansas border. But the transaction was quick and I was back on the road within 15 minutes. By the time the sun was fully up, I had made excellent progress and was ahead of my planned schedule, which allowed me to relax and enjoy the scenic countryside of eastern Texas. But somewhere around 11 a.m., as I approached the outskirts of Dallas, I began to notice a pattern in the vehicles around me that made me increasingly uncomfortable. 3 different cars seemed to be maintaining the same relative positions to my Honda, regardless of changes in traffic patterns or my own adjustments to speed and lane position. At first, I dismissed this as coincidence, but as the pattern continued for more than 30 miles, I began to suspect that I was being deliberately followed by multiple vehicles working in coordination. The cars were unremarkable: a white sedan, a dark SUV, and a pickup truck that looked like thousands of others on Texas highways. But their behavior was distinctly abnormal because they maintained formation around my vehicle in a way that suggested they were communicating with each other and following some kind of predetermined plan. When I changed lanes, at least one of them would mirror my movement within a few seconds. When I adjusted my speed, they would make corresponding adjustments to maintain their relative positions. I decided to test my suspicions by taking an exit for what appeared to be a large rest area, thinking that if these vehicles were simply coincidentally traveling in the same direction, they would continue on the highway rather than following me off the main route. But to my growing alarm, all 3 vehicles followed me down the exit ramp and into the rest area parking lot, where they positioned themselves in different sections of the facility in a way that provided them with clear sight lines to my Honda from multiple angles. The rest area was larger than most, with separate parking sections for passenger vehicles and commercial trucks, along with a substantial main building that housed restaurants, gift shops, and tourist information displays. Under normal circumstances, it would have felt like a safe and welcoming place to take a break during a long journey, but the presence of my apparent followers had transformed it into something that felt more like a trap than a refuge. I parked near the main entrance and sat in my car for several minutes, trying to decide what to do next. The 3 vehicles that had followed me were positioned strategically throughout the parking lot, and I could see at least 2 of their occupants using cell phones, presumably to coordinate whatever they had planned. It was clear that this was not a random encounter, but rather a carefully orchestrated operation that involved multiple participants and advanced planning. One of the vehicles, the white sedan, was parked near the exit in a position that would allow its occupants to follow me if I attempted to leave the rest area. The dark SUV had positioned itself near the fuel pumps, where its driver could observe both the main building entrance and my parking spot. The pickup truck was parked in the commercial vehicle section, but close enough to the passenger car area that its occupant could quickly reach my location on foot if necessary. As I watched, a man got out of the pickup truck and began walking casually toward the main building, but his path took him directly past my Honda in a way that allowed him to examine my vehicle and its contents. He was tall and wore sunglasses despite the overcast sky, and something about his demeanor suggested that this was reconnaissance rather than a coincidence. When he passed my car, he paused slightly and appeared to be memorizing details about my license plate and the personal belongings visible through my windows. I realized that I needed to seek help immediately before whatever these people had planned could be put into motion. The main building was busy with other travelers, including families with children and elderly couples, which suggested that help would be available if I could reach the safety of the crowded interior. But the distance from my parking spot to the entrance felt like an enormous gap that would leave me exposed and vulnerable to anyone who wanted to approach me. I gathered my purse and cell phone and made a quick dash from my car to the main building, moving as fast as possible while trying not to appear panicked or draw unnecessary attention to myself. Once inside, I immediately sought out the information desk and explained my situation to the attendant, a middle-aged woman who took my concerns seriously and directed me to the rest area security office. The security guard listened to my account and agreed to accompany me back to my vehicle while calling for assistance from local law enforcement. But when we returned to the parking lot, all three of the suspicious vehicles had vanished, apparently having fled the scene once they realized that I had sought help and that security personnel were becoming involved in the situation. The state trooper who responded to the call took a detailed report and explained that there had been several similar incidents reported along Interstate 45 over the past few months, involving what appeared to be organized groups that targeted lone travelers, particularly young women driving expensive vehicles or those who appeared to be carrying valuable belongings. The tactics I described matched the pattern of behavior that had been observed in other cases, including the use of multiple vehicles to box in their targets and the strategic positioning at rest areas to prevent escape. The trooper followed me for the next 50 miles to ensure that I was not being followed by other vehicles, and he provided me with contact information for law enforcement agencies along my remaining route in case I encountered any further problems. He also suggested that I avoid stopping at isolated rest areas for the remainder of my journey, sticking instead to busy truck stops and well-populated facilities where help would be readily available. I completed my drive to Houston without further incident, arriving safely at my new apartment complex where security personnel helped me unload my belongings and park my car in a secure garage. The experience had been terrifying, but it also taught me valuable lessons about highway safety and the importance of trusting my instincts when something feels wrong. The investigation that followed revealed that the group I had encountered was part of a larger criminal organization that specialized in carjacking and kidnapping along major interstate corridors throughout Texas and surrounding states. They had developed sophisticated methods for identifying and targeting vulnerable travelers, using multiple vehicles and communication equipment to coordinate their attacks and avoid detection by law enforcement. Several arrests were made in connection with this organization over the following months, and investigators found evidence linking them to dozens of similar incidents involving lone travelers who had been followed, threatened, or attacked at rest areas throughout the region. My report had provided crucial information that helped law enforcement understand their operational methods and develop strategies for preventing future incidents. That dawn departure had seemed like such a logical way to avoid traffic and arrive safely at my destination. But it had actually made me more vulnerable to predators who understood that early morning travelers were often alone and carrying their most valuable possessions. The empty highways I had hoped would provide peaceful driving conditions had also provided perfect hunting grounds for criminals who relied on isolation and surprise to overwhelm their victims. Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we venture into the endless stretches of American highways where 8 new disturbing true horror stories have emerged from the asphalt wilderness. These are not folklore whispered around truck stop counters or sensationalized tales crafted for entertainment. Instead, we present first-hand testimonies of terror that have been rigorously documented through police incident reports, emergency dispatch recordings, and medical records from trauma centers across the interstate system. Each narrative comes directly from survivors who trusted the open road, only to discover that the most dangerous predators hunt where civilization ends and the highway stretches into darkness. From the desolate truck stops of Route 66 to the fog-shrouded mountain passes of Interstate 70, and from the endless cornfields of the Midwest to the ghost towns scattered along forgotten state routes, these accounts reveal the terrifying reality that lurks between destinations. The testimonies you will hear tonight have been compiled through extensive interviews with survivors, collaboration with highway patrol units, and careful analysis of missing persons cases that span multiple states. To protect those brave enough to share their experiences, certain identifying details have been carefully modified while preserving the chilling authenticity of each encounter. If you are new to our archive of buried horrors, make sure to subscribe to Buried Files for authentic horror content that exposes the darkness hiding in plain sight across America. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when we unearth another buried file from the shadows of reality. My name is David and I am from Oregon. The incident I am about to share with you happened during what should have been a wonderful family vacation 5 years ago. My wife Sarah and I had planned a road trip with our 2 children, Emma, who was 8 years old at the time, and Jake, who was 6. We were driving from Portland to visit Sarah's parents in Salt Lake City, taking the scenic route through Idaho on Interstate 84. Sarah and I had been looking forward to this trip for months. We rarely got the chance to take extended vacations due to our work schedules, and the kids were at perfect ages to appreciate the adventure of a cross-country road trip. We had packed our Honda Odyssey with snacks, games, and entertainment systems to keep Emma and Jake occupied during the long drive. The first day of travel went exactly as planned. We made good time through the Columbia River Gorge and into Idaho, stopping at a few scenic overlooks to let the kids stretch their legs and take pictures. Emma and Jake were being surprisingly well behaved for such a long car ride, and Sarah and I were feeling optimistic about the remainder of our journey. It was on the second day, somewhere between Boise and Twin Falls, that we first encountered the van that would turn our family vacation into a nightmare. I first noticed it when we stopped for lunch at a roadside restaurant in a small Idaho town whose name I cannot even remember now. The van was parked across the street from the restaurant, and I only paid attention to it because it was an unusual vehicle. An older model Dodge van painted an ugly shade of brown with tinted windows that made it impossible to see inside. What caught my attention initially was not the van itself, but the fact that someone appeared to be sitting in the driver's seat even though the engine was not running. I could make out the silhouette of a person behind the wheel, but the tinted windows made it impossible to see any details about who was inside. After our lunch, we loaded the family back into the Honda and continued down the highway. About an hour later, I noticed the brown van again in my rearview mirror. It was maintaining a consistent distance behind us, perhaps 6 or 7 car lengths back. At first, I assumed it was just coincidence. After all, Interstate 84 is a major highway, and it made sense that other vehicles would be traveling in the same direction we were. But as the miles passed, the van remained behind us at exactly the same distance. When I sped up slightly to test my suspicions, the van sped up as well. When I slowed down, it slowed down. When we took an exit to stop for gas, the van took the same exit and pulled into a parking spot across the street from the gas station. I pointed out the van to Sarah, and she initially tried to convince me that I was being paranoid. She suggested that the driver was probably just traveling to the same general area we were, and that it was natural for vehicles to end up following each other on long stretches of highway. But when we left the gas station and merged back onto the interstate, the brown van pulled out behind us and resumed its position 6 car lengths back. By this point, I was becoming genuinely concerned about our family's safety. Over the next 100 miles, I experimented with different driving patterns to see if the van would continue following us. I changed lanes frequently, varied my speed, and took an unnecessary exit just to see what would happen. Every single time, the van mirrored our movements exactly. When we took the unnecessary exit, the van followed us down the off-ramp and through a small town before following us back to the highway. There was no longer any doubt in my mind that we were being deliberately followed. Sarah was now sharing my concerns, but we tried not to alarm Emma and Jake. We told them we were playing a game to see if we could spot interesting vehicles on the highway, and we asked them to help us keep an eye on the brown van with the dark windows. Emma, being the older and more observant of our children, immediately spotted the van and asked why it was always behind us. I told her that some people just happened to be going to the same place as we were, but I could tell she was starting to sense that something was wrong. As we approached Twin Falls, I decided to take decisive action. Instead of continuing straight on the interstate as we had planned, I took an exit that led to a large truck stop and travel plaza. My plan was to see if the van would follow us, and if it did, I would go inside and call the police. The van followed us into the truck stop parking lot, but instead of parking nearby, it drove to the far end of the lot and positioned itself where the driver would have a clear view of our vehicle. I told Sarah to take the kids inside the travel plaza and buy them snacks while I stayed with the car to observe the van. After Sarah and the children went inside, I pretended to be checking something under the hood of our Honda while actually watching the van. For about 10 minutes, nothing happened. Then the driver's door of the van opened and a man stepped out. He was tall and thin, probably in his 40s, with unkempt hair and clothing that looked like it had not been washed in days. What alarmed me most was that he immediately began walking directly toward our vehicle, pulling something out of his jacket pocket as he approached. I quickly got into the driver's seat and locked all the doors. As the man got closer, I could see that what he had pulled from his pocket was a camera, and he was taking pictures of our license plate, our vehicle, and even of me sitting in the driver's seat. When he realized I was watching him, he did not try to hide what he was doing. Instead, he walked right up to my driver's side window and started taking pictures of me through the glass. He was close enough that I could see his face clearly, and what I saw there was deeply disturbing. He was smiling, but it was not a friendly smile. It was the smile of someone who enjoyed frightening other people. I started the engine and backed out of the parking space, but the man did not move away from the car. He continued taking pictures as I maneuvered around him, and he followed our vehicle on foot as I drove toward the Travel Plaza entrance to pick up my family. When Sarah emerged from the building with Emma and Jake, I quickly explained what had happened. The man was still visible in the parking lot, now standing next to his van and continuing to take pictures of us with a telephoto camera lens. Sarah immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. We loaded the children into the car as quickly as possible, and I drove straight to the truck stop's management office. The manager, a middle-aged woman named Janet, listened to our story with obvious concern and immediately called the local sheriff's department. While we waited for the police to arrive, Janet told us that this was not the first time they had received reports about the brown van and its driver. According to her, there had been at least 3 other incidents over the past 6 months where families traveling with children had reported being followed by the same vehicle. She also revealed something that made my blood run cold. 2 of those families had reported that after their encounters with the van, they had discovered evidence that their hotel rooms had been broken into during the night, though nothing had been stolen. The intruder had apparently gone through their belongings and taken photographs of personal items, including the children's clothes and toys. When the sheriff's deputies arrived, they immediately recognized my description of the van and its driver. Deputy Martinez told us that the man was a registered sex offender named Thomas Kellner, who had recently been released from prison after serving 8 years for attempted kidnapping. The deputies explained that Kellner had been targeting families with young children, following them for hundreds of miles while photographing them and learning their routines. His apparent goal was to identify families who would be staying overnight at motels, then break into their rooms while they slept. According to Deputy Martinez, Kellner's method was to follow families until they stopped for the night, then wait several hours before attempting to enter their motel rooms. He would photograph the children and their belongings, and in at least 2 cases, he had attempted to abduct children from their beds while their parents slept. The deputies immediately put out an alert for Kellner's van, and within 2 hours he was apprehended at a rest area about 50 miles down the highway. When they searched his vehicle, they found hundreds of photographs of families with children, detailed notes about travel patterns and motel stops, and what appeared to be a kidnapping kit including zip ties, duct, tape, and sedatives. The investigation revealed that Kellner had been operating this stalking scheme for months, targeting families on major interstate highways throughout the Mountain West. He had compiled detailed files on dozens of families, tracking their movements and photographing their children without their knowledge. Most disturbing of all, the police found evidence that Kellner had successfully entered the motel rooms of at least 6 families over the previous 4 months. In each case, he had photographed the sleeping children and stolen personal items as souvenirs. The families had never known they had been victimized because Kellner was careful not to wake anyone or leave obvious signs of his presence. Kellner was charged with multiple felonies, including stalking, burglary, possession of child pornography, and attempted kidnapping. The evidence against him was overwhelming, and he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid a trial. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison without the possibility of parole. The experience fundamentally changed how our family approaches travel and personal safety. We no longer stay at roadside motels, instead choosing established hotel chains with better security measures. We vary our travel routes and timing to avoid predictable patterns, and we always inform family members of our exact itinerary and expected arrival times. Most importantly, we taught Emma and Jake about situational awareness and the importance of immediately reporting anything that makes them feel uncomfortable or unsafe. The incident showed us how vulnerable families can be when traveling, and how predators can exploit the routines and patterns of highway travel. I still think about that brown van whenever we take family road trips. The knowledge that Thomas Kellner had been watching our children and planning to harm them is something that will stay with me forever. But I am grateful that we recognized the danger in time and that our family remained safe. The investigation into Kellner's activities revealed that dozens of other families had been victimized without ever knowing it. Our willingness to report the stalking behavior and take immediate action may have prevented him from harming other children. And for that reason, I encourage any travelers who notice suspicious behavior to trust their instincts and contact law enforcement immediately. Evil exists in this world, and sometimes it follows families down dark highways, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. But awareness, caution, and quick action can make the difference between a close call and an unthinkable tragedy. My name is Marcus, and I am from Denver, Colorado. What I am about to share with you happened 3 years ago during what should have been a simple road trip to visit my college buddies in Phoenix. I have replayed this nightmare in my head countless times, and I still get chills whenever I drive past that stretch of highway where my life nearly ended. It was late October, and I had finally gotten some time off from my job at a local marketing firm. My college friends had been planning a reunion weekend in Phoenix for months, and I was excited to see everyone again. We had all graduated 5 years earlier and scattered across the country, so opportunities like this were rare. Rather than fly, I decided to make a road trip out of it. The drive from Denver to Phoenix is about 12 hours, and I figured I could make good time driving through the night to avoid the heavy traffic during the day. I left Denver around 10 in the evening, planning to arrive in Phoenix by mid-morning. The weather was perfect for a night drive, clear skies with no wind, and my car was running beautifully. I had just gotten my Honda Civic serviced the week before, so I felt confident about making the journey without any mechanical issues. I loaded up on energy drinks and snacks, created the perfect playlist, and hit the road feeling optimistic about the adventure ahead. The first few hours went exactly as planned. I made good time through Colorado Springs and Pueblo, then crossed into New Mexico without incident. The highway was relatively empty, just the occasional semi-truck and a few other night travelers like myself. I was making excellent time and felt wide awake despite the late hour. Everything was going perfectly until I reached that desolate stretch of Interstate 25 between Las Vegas, New Mexico and Albuquerque. It was around 2 in the morning when I first saw him. A lone figure standing beside a broken-down sedan on the shoulder of the highway, illuminated by my headlights as I approached. He was waving his arms frantically, clearly in distress. As someone who has been helped by strangers before, I have always believed in paying it forward when possible. Despite the late hour and remote location, something inside me compelled me to pull over and offer assistance. The man appeared to be in his 40s, average height and build, wearing jeans and a dark jacket. His car, an older model Toyota Camry, sat with its hood up and hazard lights blinking weakly. As I rolled down my window, he approached with what seemed like genuine relief and gratitude. "Thank God someone stopped," he said, his voice carrying a slight southern accent. "My car just died on me about 20 minutes ago. The engine just cut out completely. I do not have cell service out here, and I was starting to worry I would be stuck until morning." I looked around at the empty highway stretching endlessly in both directions. The nearest town was at least 30 miles away, and there was nothing but darkness and desert surrounding us. I felt genuinely sorry for the guy and knew how helpless I would feel in his situation. "I am heading to Phoenix," I told him. "I can give you a ride to the next town where you can call for a tow truck or find a hotel for the night." His face lit up with apparent appreciation. "That would be incredible, thank you so much. I am actually heading to Phoenix too, believe it or not. I have business there in the morning, so this is perfect timing." Something about his immediate mention of Phoenix seemed oddly convenient, but I brushed off the feeling as paranoid thinking brought on by the late hour and isolated location. People travel to Phoenix all the time, especially for business. It was not that unusual of a coincidence. He grabbed a small duffel bag from his car and climbed into my passenger seat. As we pulled back onto the highway, I tried to make polite conversation to help pass the time and keep myself alert for the remaining drive. "So what kind of business brings you to Phoenix?" I asked casually. "Sales," he replied simply. "I travel around the Southwest meeting with clients. What about you?" "Just visiting some college friends for a reunion weekend. We all went to Arizona State together." That was when things started to feel wrong. His response was too quick, too specific. "Arizona State, interesting. What did you study there?" I had not mentioned Arizona State. I had only said college friends in Phoenix. The realization hit me like a cold wave, but I tried to stay calm and not let my growing unease show. "Business marketing," I answered, watching his reaction carefully. "Makes sense. I bet you and your friends had some great times in Tempe. That area around campus can get pretty wild on weekends." Again, I had never mentioned Tempe or anything about the campus area. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as my mind raced through possible explanations. Maybe he just made educated guesses based on Phoenix and college friends. Arizona State was the largest university in the area, after all. But then he continued talking, and every word made my blood run colder. "I bet you guys spent a lot of time at that sports bar on Mill Avenue. What was it called?" "Oh right, you probably went to Marley's a lot too. Great wings there." I had never mentioned Mill Avenue, and Marley's had been our regular hangout spot during college. It was not some famous establishment that everyone knew about. It was just a local place near campus that we frequented because they had cheap beer and decent food. "How do you know about Marley's?" I asked directly, no longer trying to hide my suspicion. He was quiet for a moment, and I could feel his eyes studying my profile in the darkness. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost all pretense of friendliness. "I know a lot of things about you, Marcus. more than you might expect. The use of my name sent ice through my veins. I had never introduced myself. I had been careful not to mention my name during our entire conversation. My mind immediately went to the worst possibilities. Was this some kind of setup? Had he been waiting for me specifically? "How do you know my name?" I demanded, my voice coming out shakier than I intended. Instead of answering, he reached into his duffel bag and pulled out a manila folder. Even in the dim light from the dashboard, I could see it was thick with papers and photographs. He opened it and began laying items on his lap where I could see them. Marcus Thompson, age 27, graduated from Arizona State in 2022 with a degree in marketing. Currently employed at Pinnacle Marketing Solutions in Denver. Lives alone in an apartment on Colfax Avenue. My throat went completely dry. Everything he said was accurate down to my address and employer. But it got worse. He continued pulling out photographs. Pictures of me leaving my apartment building, walking to my car, even sitting at my desk at work. They appeared to have been taken over several weeks or months. Some were clearly taken with a telephoto lens from a significant distance. "You take the same route to work every morning. You stop at the Starbucks on 16th Street exactly 3 days a week. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You order a large coffee, black with 1 sugar. You typically arrive at work between 8:15 and 8:30. I realized I was gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles had turned white. This was not a random encounter. This man had been stalking me, studying my habits, learning my routines. But why? And how had he known I would be on this highway at this exact time? "You posted on Instagram 2 weeks ago about your upcoming trip to Phoenix," he said, as if reading my thoughts. "You mentioned leaving Friday night to beat the traffic. Your privacy settings are not as secure as you think they are." The full horror of my situation began to dawn on me. This was not a stranded motorist I had helped out of kindness. This was a predator who had orchestrated this entire encounter. He had probably disabled his own car and waited for me to drive by, knowing my route and approximate timing from my social media posts. "What do you want from me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady while my mind raced through possible escape options. "That depends entirely on how cooperative you are willing to be," he replied calmly. "You see, Marcus, you fit a very specific profile that I have been looking for. Young professional, lives alone, limited family contact, predictable habits. Someone who would not be missed immediately if they disappeared for a while." The phrase "for a while" was particularly chilling. It implied this was not necessarily a kidnapping with the intent to kill, but something potentially worse. Prolonged captivity for some unknown purpose. I glanced at the speedometer and realized I was still doing 75 miles per hour down a dark, empty highway with a dangerous stranger in my passenger seat. My phone was in the cup holder between us, but he would see any attempt to reach for it. Even if I could call for help, we were in the middle of nowhere with no specific location to give emergency services. "The next exit is in 12 miles, he said conversationally, as if discussing the weather. "You are going to take that exit and follow my directions from there." I knew that if I allowed him to direct me off the highway to some secondary location, my chances of survival would drop to nearly zero. Whatever he had planned required privacy and isolation. I had to act while we were still on the interstate, where there was at least a possibility of other travelers or police patrols. My mind went through every option I could think of. I could try to crash the car deliberately, hoping to survive while incapacitating him. I could attempt to fight him while driving, though that would likely result in a fatal accident. I could try to attract attention by driving erratically or honking the horn, but there were no other vehicles visible in either direction. Then I remembered something that gave me hope. About 15 miles ahead was a travel plaza, a large truck stop with gas stations, restaurants, and hopefully people even at this hour. If I could make it there without him realizing my intention, I might have a chance to escape or call for help. "You know what?" I said, trying to sound resigned and cooperative. "I think I understand what this is about. You are right that I would not be missed right away. My friends in Phoenix are not expecting me until tomorrow afternoon, and I live alone, like you said." I was hoping to buy time and make him think I was accepting the situation. Meanwhile, I was calculating distance and time to reach the travel plaza. At our current speed, I had maybe 10 minutes before we reached the exit he mentioned, and the truck stop should be just a few miles beyond that. "Smart man," he said approvingly. "This will go much easier if you do not try to be a hero." But as we approached the exit ramp, I could see the glow of lights ahead, the travel plaza I had been hoping for. It appeared to be busy with several semi-trucks parked in the lot and multiple vehicles at the gas pumps. This was my chance. Instead of slowing for the exit, I accelerated and flew past it at nearly 80 miles per hour, heading directly for the truck stop. My passenger immediately realized what was happening. "What are you doing?" he shouted. "I told you to take that exit." "Change of plans," I replied, pressing the accelerator to the floor. He lunged for the steering wheel, but I was ready for that reaction. I grabbed his wrist with my right hand while steering with my left, and we struggled briefly before I managed to pull into the truck stop parking lot. I was honking the horn continuously and flashing my lights, trying to attract as much attention as possible. Till at the moment I stopped the car, I jumped out and started yelling for help. Several truckers immediately came running over, and within minutes we had called 911. My passenger had initially tried to follow me out of the car, but when he saw the crowd gathering, he retreated back to the vehicle. When the police arrived 20 minutes later, they found detailed surveillance files on not just me, but dozens of other potential victims. The man was wanted in connection with several missing persons cases across multiple states. His method was always the same: extensive surveillance followed by staged encounters designed to look like coincidental meetings. I learned later that his car had not actually broken down. It was equipped with a kill switch that allowed him to disable it temporarily to create the appearance of mechanical failure. He would research his targets through social media, learn their travel plans, and position himself along their route at the optimal time and location. The investigation revealed that I was not his first intended victim from Colorado. 3 other young professionals had disappeared over the past 2 years under similar circumstances, and their cases remained unsolved. If I had not made it to that truck stop, I would have become the 4th. I still take road trips, but I have made significant changes to how I travel. I no longer post travel plans on social media. I vary my routes and timing, and I never pick up hitchhikers no matter how genuine their distress appears. Most importantly, I trust my instincts when something feels wrong, because that night taught me that predators are often far more sophisticated and patient than most people realize. The experience changed my perspective on random acts of kindness and personal safety. While I still believe in helping others when possible, I have learned that evil can disguise itself as vulnerability, and sometimes the person asking for help is actually the greatest danger you will ever encounter. My name is Jessica, and I am from Michigan. 3 years ago, my boyfriend Derek and I made the decision to pack up our entire lives and move from Detroit to Seattle. Derek had landed his dream job at a tech startup, and I was ready for a change of scenery after spending my whole life in the Midwest. We decided to make the cross-country move an adventure by driving rather than flying and shipping our belongings separately. Derek had this old CB radio that his father had given him years earlier. It was a classic Cobra model from the 80s that still worked perfectly. Derek was fascinated by truckers and the whole CB culture, so he convinced me that we should install it in our Honda Pilot for the journey. His reasoning was that truckers would have the best information about road conditions, traffic jams, construction delays, and good places to stop for food and fuel. I was initially skeptical about the CB radio idea, It seemed old-fashioned and unnecessary when we had smartphones with GPS and traffic apps. But Derek was so excited about using it that I agreed to let him install it before we left Detroit. He spent an entire weekend running cables and mounting the radio and antenna, treating the whole project like he was building a spaceship. We left Detroit on a Thursday morning in early September, planning to take our time and make the drive over 4 days with overnight stops in interesting cities along the way. The first day took us through Illinois and into Iowa, and Derek was having a blast with the CB radio. He learned the trucker lingo quickly and was soon chatting with drivers about everything from weather conditions to the best truck stops for showers and meals. Initially, I found the CB radio chatter entertaining. The truckers had a whole culture and language of their own, and many of them were genuinely helpful and friendly. They warned us about speed traps, construction zones, and accidents ahead. Derek adopted the handle Motor City, and I became Detroit Lady in their conversations. Everything was perfectly normal until we reached Nebraska on the second day of our journey. That was when we first heard from the voice that would change everything about our trip. It was around 2 in the afternoon, and we were driving through a particularly desolate stretch of Interstate 80 when a clear, authoritative voice came through the CB radio speaker. "Motor City and Detroit Lady, this is Watchdog. You need to copy this message immediately." Derek and I looked at each other with surprise. No one had ever addressed us so directly and seriously on the CB before. The voice had an urgency that was unsettling. This is Motor City," Derek replied hesitantly. "Go ahead, Watchdog. You are currently driving a silver Honda Pilot with Michigan plates, license number starting with GK7. You have approximately 40 miles until you reach the Ogallala rest area. Do not stop there under any circumstances. Continue driving until you reach the truck stop in Big Springs. Do you copy?" My blood ran cold. This person, whoever they were, knew exactly what vehicle we were driving and had somehow read our license plate. Derek and I exchanged worried glances as he grabbed the CB microphone. "How do you know what car we are driving?" Derek asked, his voice showing the concern we both felt. "That is not important right now," Watchdog replied firmly. "What matters is that you follow my instructions exactly. Do not stop at the Ogallala rest area. There is a situation developing there that puts travelers at risk, particularly couples in late-model vehicles with out-of-state plates." I grabbed Derek's arm and whispered urgently, "Ask him what kind of situation." Derek keyed the microphone again. "What kind of situation are we talking about here, Watchdog?" There was a long pause before Watchdog responded. When he did speak again, his voice was even more serious than before. "There are individuals at that rest area who target specific types of travelers. They work in teams to disable vehicles or create emergencies that strand people. Once travelers are vulnerable, they rob them and worse. I have been monitoring their communications, and your vehicle matches the profile they are looking for today." My hands were shaking as I processed this information. "Derek, we need to call the police," I whispered. But when Derek asked Watchdog if we should contact law enforcement, the response was not what we expected. Negative on contacting local authorities. "The situation is more complicated than you realize. Just trust me and avoid that rest area. I will continue to monitor your progress and provide updates as needed." As we approached the area Watchdog had warned us about, we could see the Ogallala rest area ahead. It looked completely normal from the highway, just a standard roadside facility with a few cars and trucks parked in the lot. But Derek and I had decided to trust Watchdog's warning, so we drove past without stopping. About 10 miles later, Watchdog's voice crackled through the CB again. "Motor City and Detroit Lady, you made the right decision. I can confirm there were 3 individuals at that rest area who were waiting for your vehicle specifically. They had disabled the security cameras and positioned themselves to intercept you." "How could you possibly know all this?" Derek asked into the microphone. "I have my methods," Watchdog replied cryptically. What matters now is keeping you safe for the remainder of your journey. You will encounter 2 more potentially dangerous situations before you reach Colorado. Over the next several hours, Watchdog continued to provide warnings and guidance. He told us to avoid a specific truck stop in Colorado where he claimed there was an active situation involving federal authorities. He warned us away from a seemingly innocent roadside diner where he said the owners were connected to human trafficking operations. Each time, his warnings seemed absurd and paranoid, but each time, when we drove past the locations he had flagged, something felt wrong. The truck stop he had warned us about was surrounded by more law enforcement vehicles than seemed normal. The roadside diner had several men in the parking lot who were clearly not customers, and they watched our vehicle intently as we drove by. As we continued into Colorado, I began to feel like we were being protected by some kind of guardian angel, even though the logical part of my mind questioned how any of this could be possible. How could someone track our location so precisely? How could they know about dangerous situations at specific locations along our route? On the 3rd day of our trip, as we drove through the Rocky Mountains, Watchdog provided his most chilling warning yet. Motor City and Detroit Lady, in approximately 15 miles, you will see a sedan pulled over on the side of the highway with its hood up. There will be a woman standing next to it who appears to be in distress. Do not stop to help her. This is a trap. A trap? Derek asked. What kind of trap? The woman is not actually stranded. She is working with a team of men who are positioned out of sight. When Good Samaritans stop to help, the men emerge and force the victims into the mountains where they are never found. Colorado State Patrol has been investigating a series of disappearances along this stretch of highway, but they have not yet identified the pattern. Sure enough, exactly 15 miles later, we saw the broken-down sedan with a woman standing beside it waving for help. She looked genuinely distressed, and under normal circumstances, Derek and I would have definitely stopped. Instead, we drove past, both of us feeling guilty for not helping someone who appeared to need assistance. As we passed the scene, I looked in my side mirror and saw 2 men emerge from behind some rocks near the roadside. They appeared to be signaling to the woman by the car. My stomach dropped as I realized Watchdog had been absolutely correct again. Watchdog, we just passed the scene you warned us about, Derek said into the CB microphone. You were right. There were men hiding nearby. I know, Watchdog replied simply. You are safe now, but you need to maintain your current speed and do not stop until you reach Grand Junction. There is one more situation ahead. The final warning came as we approached the Utah border. Watchdog told us that there was a compromised way station where vehicles were being randomly selected for searches that resulted in planted evidence and extortion schemes. He directed us to take an alternate route that added an hour to our journey but avoided the problematic checkpoint entirely. By the time we reached Salt Lake City, Derek and I were completely dependent on Watchdog's guidance. We had witnessed enough evidence to convince us that his warnings were legitimate, even though we still had no idea who he was or how he was obtaining his information. As we prepared to leave Utah and enter Nevada for the final leg of our journey, Derek tried one more time to get information about our mysterious protector. Watchdog, we want to thank you for everything you have done to keep us safe. Can you tell us who you are? We would like to find a way to repay you for your help. The response took a long time to come, and when it did, Watchdog's voice sounded different somehow, more tired and sad than before. Motor City and Detroit Lady, I am someone who was not as fortunate as you have been. I was traveling with my wife on this same route 2 years ago, and we did not have anyone to warn us about the dangers. We stopped at the wrong place and trusted the wrong people. My wife did not survive the encounter, and I was left permanently disabled. Derek and I sat in stunned silence as Watchdog continued. I monitor CB communications and track vehicles that match certain risk profiles because I do not want any other families to experience what happened to mine. I have prevented dozens of incidents over the past 2 years, but I can never bring back the person I lost. "We are so sorry for your loss," Derek managed to say. "Is there anything we can do to help you? Just reach your destination safely and remember to help others when you can. That is payment enough." We heard from Watchdog one final time as we entered Nevada. He confirmed that the remainder of our route was clear and wished us well in our new life in Seattle. After that, despite Derek's attempts to reach him, we never heard his voice on the CB radio again. Derek and I made it to Seattle safely and began our new life together. We never forgot about Watchdog and the mysterious protection he provided during our vulnerable journey across the country. We tried several times to research disappearances and incidents along Interstate 80 to see if we could verify the dangers he had warned us about, but we found very little concrete information. What we did find were scattered reports of missing persons cases, unsolved robberies, and suspicious activities at various locations along major interstate routes. While we could never prove that Watchdog's specific warnings were accurate, the pattern of incidents suggested that his concerns were legitimate. Derek kept the CB radio installed in our vehicle, and occasionally we would try to contact Watchdog to see if he was still out there protecting other travelers. We never heard from him again, but sometimes late at night, when we were driving on long trips, we would hear fragments of conversations that reminded us of his voice. I still think about Watchdog whenever Derek and I take road trips. There is something both comforting and unsettling about knowing that someone might be watching over travelers, protecting them from dangers they cannot see. But it also makes me aware of how vulnerable we all are when we venture into unfamiliar territory, trusting strangers and hoping for the best. The experience changed how Derek and I approach travel and personal safety. We are more cautious about where we stop, more aware of our surroundings, and more grateful for the protection we received during that journey. Most importantly, we try to help other travelers when we can, honoring Watchdog's memory and continuing the cycle of protection he started. My name is Amanda, and I am from Texas. What I am about to tell you happened 2 years ago during one of the most terrifying nights of my life. I still cannot drive alone at night without thinking about what occurred on that dark stretch of highway between Houston and Roswell, New Mexico. This experience challenged everything I thought I knew about reality, and I am sharing it now because I believe others need to hear what can happen when the veil between worlds becomes thin on America's loneliest roads. My grandmother had been my closest companion throughout my entire life. She raised me after my parents died in a car accident when I was 7 years old, and she had been my constant source of love and wisdom for the past 20 years. When I received the call that she had suffered a massive stroke and was not expected to survive the night, I knew I had to get to her bedside in New Mexico as quickly as possible. It was already past 9 in the evening when I hung up the phone with the hospital staff, but I could not bear the thought of waiting until morning to begin the journey. My grandmother had always been there for me in my darkest moments, and I was determined to be there for her in what might be her final hours. The drive from Houston to Roswell normally takes about 8 hours, but I was hoping to make it in 7 by driving through the night and avoiding any unnecessary stops. I threw some clothes into an overnight bag, grabbed my purse and car keys, and headed out into the darkness. The first few hours of the drive were exactly what I expected. Interstate 20 took me west through the familiar landscape of East Texas, and I made good time despite the late hour. I had the radio playing softly and was using the drive to prepare myself emotionally for what I might find when I reached the hospital. It was somewhere around midnight after I had crossed into New Mexico and was driving through a particularly desolate stretch of highway between Roswell and Artesia that I first noticed something was wrong. I was adjusting my rearview mirror when I caught sight of a figure sitting in the back seat of my car. My immediate reaction was panic. I slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the shoulder of the highway, my heart pounding as I turned around to confront whoever had somehow gotten into my vehicle. But when I looked back at the rear seat, it was completely empty. I sat there for several minutes trying to rationalize what I had seen. I told myself that it must have been a trick of the light, or shadows from passing traffic, or just my imagination playing tricks on me due to stress and exhaustion. I had been driving for nearly 4 hours, and grief can do strange things to a person's perception. After checking that all my doors were locked and looking around the empty highway for any signs of other people, I convinced myself that I had imagined the whole thing. I pulled back onto the interstate and continued toward Roswell. But about 20 minutes later, I saw the figure again. This time, I was certain it was not my imagination. In my rearview mirror, I could clearly see the silhouette of an elderly woman sitting directly behind me in the back seat. She appeared to be wearing a dark dress or coat, and her gray hair was pulled back into a bun. I tried to remain calm and not take my eyes off the road, but every few seconds I would glance in the mirror to see if the figure was still there. Sometimes she was visible and sometimes the back seat appeared empty, but I could sense her presence even when I could not see her. What disturbed me most was not just that someone was apparently in my car, but that I felt no sense of immediate danger. If this had been an intruder or carjacker, I would have expected to feel threatened or frightened. Instead, I felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if the presence in my back seat was someone I should recognize. As the miles passed, the figure became more solid and visible. I began to make out details of her face and clothing that were impossible to ignore. She appeared to be in her 70s or 80s, with kind eyes and weathered hands that she kept folded in her lap. Her clothing looked old-fashioned, like something from several decades ago. The most unsettling moment came when I realized that the woman in my back seat was moving objects around the interior of my car. I watched in my rearview mirror as she picked up my cell phone from where I had placed it on the center console and examined it carefully before setting it back down. She opened my purse and looked through its contents, not as if she were searching for something specific, but more like she was trying to understand who I was. At one point, she picked up a photograph that I kept clipped to my sun visor. A picture of my grandmother and me taken at Christmas the previous year. The phantom woman studied the photograph for a long time, and I swear I saw her nod as if she recognized something or someone in the picture. By this time, I was convinced that I was either experiencing some kind of psychological breakdown or encountering something genuinely supernatural. Neither possibility was particularly comforting, but I was still several hours away from Roswell and had no choice but to continue driving. It was around 2:30 in the morning when the phantom woman finally spoke to me. Her voice came from directly behind my right ear, clear and unmistakable despite the impossibility of the situation. "You are Sarah's granddaughter," she said. It was not a question, but a statement of recognition. I nearly drove off the road in shock. Sarah was my grandmother's name, but I had never mentioned it aloud during the entire drive, and the phantom woman could not have known this information through any normal means. "Yes," I managed to reply, my voice barely above a whisper. "How do you know my grandmother?" "I have been waiting for her for a very long time," the woman replied. "She was supposed to meet me many years ago, but she never came. I have been traveling this road ever since, looking for her." The implications of what she was telling me were beginning to sink in. Are you dead?" I asked. "I died in 1987, she confirmed matter-of-factly. "My name is Margaret Fletcher, and your grandmother and I were best friends when we were young women. We made a promise to each other that whoever died first would wait for the other before moving on. But Sarah never came to meet me, so I have been waiting on this highway where I died." My grandmother had indeed lived in New Mexico as a young woman before moving to Texas to marry my grandfather. She had mentioned a childhood friend named Margaret who had died in a car accident, but I had never heard the full story of their friendship. "My grandmother is dying tonight," I told the phantom. "That is where I am going, to the hospital in Roswell." Margaret was quiet for a long time before she responded. "Then perhaps it is time for both of us to complete our journey." For the remaining 2 hours of the drive, Margaret told me stories about her friendship with my grandmother. She described adventures they had shared as teenagers, dreams they had discussed about their futures, and the promise they had made to always be there for each other, even in death. As we approached Roswell, Margaret began to fade from view, becoming more and more translucent until I could barely see her outline in the rearview mirror. But her voice remained clear and comforting. "Tell Sarah that Margaret kept her promise," she said. "Tell her that I waited for her, and now we can go together." When I arrived at the hospital at dawn, I rushed to my grandmother's room expecting to find her unconscious and near death as the doctors had described. Instead, I found her awake and alert, with a peaceful expression on her face that I had never seen before. "Amanda, dear," she said when she saw me, "I am so glad you made it safely. I was worried about you driving alone at night on those dark highways." I sat down beside her bed and took her hand. "Grandmother, I have a message for you. Margaret says to tell you that she kept her promise and that she waited for you." My grandmother's eyes filled with tears and she squeezed my hand tightly. "You met Margaret? Oh, my dear child, that means it is time." She passed away peacefully that afternoon with me holding her hand and a smile on her face. The nurses said they had never seen someone transition so calmly and with such obvious peace. I have driven that same stretch of highway several times since my grandmother's death, but I have never again seen Margaret Fletcher or experienced anything supernatural. I believe that she fulfilled her promise to wait for my grandmother, and that both of them have now moved on to whatever comes after this life. The experience taught me that there are forces in this world that we do not understand, and that love and loyalty can transcend even death itself. On America's darkest highways, where the living travel through the night with their own urgent purposes, sometimes the dead are traveling too, keeping promises made long ago and waiting patiently for their time to continue their journey. I no longer fear driving alone at night because I know now that we are never truly alone on the road. Sometimes our guardian angels are people we have never met, spirits who choose to watch over the living because they understand the importance of reaching the people we love before it is too late. My name is Kevin and I am from Florida. The incident I am going to describe happened 3 years ago when I was 22 years old and had just graduated from the University of Florida with a degree in computer science. I had landed my first real job at a software company in San Diego, California, and I was excited to start this new chapter of my life. Instead of flying across the country, I decided to make the cross-country drive-in adventure and take the scenic route through some of America's most beautiful landscapes. I had always been someone who enjoyed solitude and exploration, so the prospect of driving alone for several days through different states appealed to me. My plan was to take Interstate 10 west through Louisiana, Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona before cutting north to California. I wanted to see the desert Southwest and experience some of the small towns and local culture that you can only encounter when traveling by car. Everything went perfectly for the first 2 days of my journey. I made it through Louisiana and most of Texas without any problems, stopping overnight in small motels and eating at local diners where the food was authentic and the people were friendly. I was having exactly the kind of adventure I had hoped for when I planned this trip. It was on the 3rd day, somewhere between San Antonio and El Paso, that my car started making unusual noises. I was driving through a particularly remote stretch of highway when I began to hear a grinding sound coming from somewhere under the hood. The temperature gauge was climbing higher than normal, and I could smell something that might have been burning oil or coolant. I am not mechanically inclined, so I had no idea how to diagnose or fix whatever was wrong with my Honda Civic. The nearest town, according to my GPS, was still 40 miles away, but I spotted a small auto repair shop just a few miles ahead at an exit that seemed to lead to nothing but empty desert and a single building with a hand-painted sign that read Pete's Auto Repair. The shop looked like something from a different era. A small concrete building with 2 garage bays and a collection of old cars and trucks in various stages of disrepair scattered around the property. There was no town visible anywhere nearby, just this isolated business sitting beside a lonely highway exit in the middle of nowhere. A man emerged from one of the garage bays as I pulled into the gravel parking area. He was probably in his 50s with graying hair and hands stained with motor oil. He had the weathered appearance of someone who had spent his entire life working with his hands in the desert sun. "Looks like you might be having some trouble there, son," he said as I got out of my car. His voice had a friendly drawl, and he seemed genuinely concerned about my situation. I explained the symptoms I had been experiencing: the grinding noise, the climbing temperature, and the burning smell. He listened carefully and nodded knowingly, like he had seen this type of problem many times before. "That sounds like it could be your water pump or maybe a bearing in the engine," he said. "Either way, you do not want to keep driving on it, or you will end up with a seized engine and a much bigger problem. Let me take a look at it for you." His name was Pete Morrison, and he had been running this repair shop for over 20 years. He explained that he specialized in helping stranded travelers who encountered mechanical problems while crossing this isolated stretch of highway. According to him, the extreme heat and long distances between towns in this part of Texas created perfect conditions for automotive breakdowns. Pete seemed knowledgeable and trustworthy, so I agreed to let him diagnose the problem. He pulled my car into one of his garage bays and spent about 30 minutes examining the engine while I waited in his small office area. The office was cluttered with automotive manuals, invoices, and various car parts, but it felt authentic and lived in rather than suspicious. When Pete returned from examining my car, his expression was serious. "I am afraid it is your water pump, just like I suspected. The bearing has failed, and if you keep driving, you are going to overheat the engine and cause permanent damage. The good news is that I have the parts to fix it. The bad news is that it is going to take me most of the day to complete the repair." I was disappointed by the delay, but I understood that automotive repairs take time, especially in a small shop with limited resources. Pete seemed honest and competent, and I did not have many alternatives given my location. "There is a motel about 20 miles down the road where you can stay the night," Pete suggested. "Or if you want to save some money, I have got a small apartment above the shop that I sometimes rent out to stranded travelers. It is nothing fancy, but it has a bed and a bathroom, and you would be right here when I finish the repair." The apartment option seemed convenient and economical, so I agreed to stay there overnight. Pete showed me up a narrow staircase to a small but clean living space above the garage. It had a bed, a small table and chair, a mini refrigerator, and a bathroom with a shower. The accommodations were basic but adequate for one night. Pete went to work on my car while I settled into the apartment and tried to get some work done on my laptop using my phone's data connection. I could hear him working below, the sounds of tools, an air compressor, and occasionally some music from a radio. Everything seemed normal and professional. It was when I went downstairs around 6 in the evening to check on his progress that I first noticed something disturbing. Pete was not in the garage with my car, so I walked around the building looking for him. I found him behind the shop, and he appeared to be burning something in a metal barrel. As I got closer, I could see that he was burning papers and what looked like personal items: wallets, purses, photographs, and identification cards. The smell was acrid and unpleasant, and Pete seemed startled when he realized I was watching him. "Just cleaning out some old paperwork and lost and found items," he explained quickly. "You know how it is. Stuff accumulates over the years and you have to dispose of it eventually." But as he spoke, I caught sight of something that made my blood run cold. Among the items he was burning, I could clearly see several driver's licenses with photographs of young people around my age. They looked recent, not like old lost and found items that had been accumulating for years. I tried to act casual and uninterested, but my mind was racing as I returned to the apartment. I began to think about how isolated this location was, how Pete had convinced me to stay overnight instead of going to a motel, and how convenient it was that he happened to have the exact parts needed to fix my car. I decided to investigate further while Pete was still occupied outside. I quietly made my way down to the garage and began looking around more carefully than I had before. In a toolbox near my car, I found a collection of car keys, dozens of them, far more than any legitimate repair shop would need. But the discovery that truly terrified me was hidden in a cabinet in Pete's office. Behind some automotive manuals, I found a shoebox containing driver's licenses, credit cards, and personal photographs of young people. There were at least 30 different identities represented, both male and female, all appearing to be college-aged travelers. The most chilling item in the box was a hand-drawn map showing locations in the desert where bodies could be disposed of. The map included detailed notes about soil conditions, accessibility, and distance from roads and hiking trails. I realized that Pete Morrison was not just a mechanic who helped stranded travelers. He was a predator who targeted young people traveling alone through this remote area. The isolated location of his shop was perfect for his purposes, and his mechanical expertise allowed him to create the very breakdowns that brought victims to him. My hands were shaking as I carefully returned everything to where I had found it and made my way back to the apartment as quietly as possible. I needed to escape immediately, but my car was partially disassembled and would not run. Pete had my keys and I was 20 miles from the nearest town with no transportation. I waited until after midnight when I could no longer hear any sounds from below, then quietly made my way back down to the garage. I searched through Pete's workspace until I found my car keys, then spent nearly an hour trying to reassemble enough of my engine to make the car drivable. I am not sure how I managed to get the water pump reconnected well enough to function temporarily, but desperation gave me mechanical abilities I did not know I possessed. I knew the repair would not last long, but I only needed to reach the next town and contact the police. I managed to start my car and drive out of Pete's garage without waking him. The engine was making terrible noises and the temperature was climbing rapidly, but I pushed it as hard as I could toward the distant lights of the nearest town. I made it to a truck stop just as my engine finally seized completely. The truckers there helped me contact the police, and within 2 hours a team of officers was on their way to Pete's auto repair. They found Pete Morrison attempting to flee in a pickup truck loaded with evidence of his crimes. The investigation revealed that he had been killing stranded travelers for over 15 years, using his isolated repair shop as the perfect hunting ground. The police recovered the remains of 23 victims buried at various locations in the desert. Pete had kept souvenirs from each of his victims, and his detailed records helped investigators solve missing persons cases dating back nearly 2 decades. Pete Morrison was eventually sentenced to death for his crimes, though he died in prison before his execution could be carried out. The case became known as the Highway Predator Murders and led to increased awareness about the vulnerabilities faced by solo travelers in remote areas. I still think about that night whenever I take long road trips. The experience taught me to trust my instincts when something feels wrong and to always inform others of my travel plans and expected arrival times. Most importantly, I learned that evil can hide behind a friendly face and a helpful demeanor, waiting patiently for the perfect opportunity to strike. The American highway system connects our vast country and enables incredible adventures, but it also creates opportunities for predators who understand how to exploit the trust and vulnerability of travelers in distress. We must remain vigilant and remember that sometimes the person offering help is actually the greatest danger we will ever encounter. My name is Rachel and I am from New York. What I am about to tell you happened 4 years ago during what was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway to Vermont with my best friend Lauren. This experience challenged everything I thought I knew about reality and the laws of physics. I am sharing this story because I believe there are places in our world where the normal rules do not apply, and travelers need to be aware that not every road on the map leads to where you think it will take you. Lauren and I had been friends since college, and we tried to take at least one weekend trip together each year to catch up and escape from our demanding jobs in Manhattan. That October, we decided to drive up to Vermont to see the fall foliage and spend a couple of days hiking and relaxing at a bed and breakfast in Stowe. We left the city on a Friday afternoon, planning to take our time and enjoy the scenic drive through upstate New York and into Vermont. Lauren had borrowed her boyfriend's SUV for the trip, and we were both excited about getting away from the urban chaos for a few days. The drive started perfectly. We made it through the worst of the city traffic and were soon cruising through the beautiful autumn landscape of the Hudson Valley. The leaves were at peak color, and we stopped several times to take photographs of the stunning scenery. It was around 6 in the evening when we encountered the construction zone that changed everything. We had been following Interstate 87 north when we came upon a series of orange signs indicating that the highway was closed ahead due to emergency bridge repairs. Traffic was being detoured onto a series of local roads that would eventually reconnect with the interstate about 30 miles north. The detour signs directed us off the highway and onto a state route that I had never heard of before. According to our GPS, this alternate route would add about 40 minutes to our journey, but it promised to take us through some beautiful countryside that we might not have seen otherwise. Lauren was driving and I was navigating using both the GPS and a paper road atlas that we had brought as backup. The state route we were following was well maintained and clearly marked, so we were not particularly concerned about getting lost. For the first 20 minutes, everything seemed normal. We passed through a small town with the typical Vermont architecture: white church steeples, covered bridges, and colonial houses with perfectly manicured lawns. The scenery was exactly what we had hoped to see on our fall foliage trip. But then something began to feel wrong. According to our GPS, we should have been approaching another small town. But instead, we found ourselves driving through an area that seemed increasingly remote and wild. The houses became fewer and farther between, and the forest pressed closer to the road on both sides. The first thing I noticed was the fog. It seemed to come out of nowhere, rolling across the road in thick gray waves that reduced our visibility to just a few yards. Lauren slowed down considerably, and we both started feeling uneasy about continuing forward. "This is weird," Lauren said, peering through the windshield at the swirling mist. The weather forecast did not mention anything about fog today. I checked our GPS again, but the screen was showing something impossible. According to the device, we were no longer on any recognized road. The display showed our position as a blinking dot in the middle of what appeared to be empty wilderness, with no roads or landmarks nearby. "That cannot be right," I said, trying to refresh the GPS signal. "We have been following the detour signs exactly." As we continued through the fog, we began to notice other strange things. The road signs we passed were written in languages that neither Lauren nor I recognized. They were definitely not in English, French, or any other language we had ever seen before. The symbols looked almost hieroglyphic, but they were clearly modern road signs with reflective surfaces and standard shapes. The mile markers were even more disturbing. Instead of normal numerical sequences, they seemed to be counting backwards, and the numbers themselves looked wrong somehow, like mathematical symbols from a different universe. "Rachel, look at this," Lauren said, pointing to a road sign ahead. "What does that say?" The sign appeared to be indicating a town or destination, but the name was written in those strange symbols we could not read. Below the unreadable text, however, there was something even more unsettling. A date that read 1847 in normal Arabic numerals. "Why would a modern road sign have a date from the 19th century on it?" I asked. But Lauren had no answer. As we drove deeper into the fog, we began to encounter other vehicles on the road, but they were not like any cars or trucks we had ever seen before. Some appeared to be horse-drawn carriages, while others looked like automobiles from different historical periods. Model T Fords, cars from the 1950s with massive tail fins, and vehicles that seemed futuristic in design. The most disturbing encounter came when we passed what appeared to be a family in a station wagon from the 1970s. The people inside looked normal enough, but as we drove by, they turned to stare at us with expressions of confusion and fear, as if our modern SUV was the strange and out-of-place vehicle. "Lauren, I think we need to turn around," I said, my voice betraying the panic I was beginning to feel. "This is not normal. None of this makes sense." But when Lauren tried to find a place to make a U-turn, we discovered that the road had somehow become a divided highway with concrete barriers preventing us from crossing to the other side. We had not seen any construction or warning signs indicating that the road configuration had changed, but we were now trapped traveling in one direction. The fog continued to thicken and our visibility dropped to almost zero. Lauren was driving at barely 20 miles per hour, following the taillights of an old Packard that had materialized in front of us. The driver of the Packard seemed to know where he was going, so we decided to follow him rather than risk driving blind through the mist. It was then that we began to see the figures alongside the road. They appeared to be people, but they were translucent and seemed to be gesturing to us, trying to communicate something urgent. Some were dressed in clothing from different historical periods, while others wore what looked like accident victims, still wearing torn and bloody garments. One figure, a young woman in a 1960s-style dress, ran alongside our car for several hundred yards, pounding on Lauren's window and pointing frantically ahead of us. Her mouth was moving as if she were shouting something important, but we could not hear any sound. "They are trying to warn us about something," Lauren said, her knuckles white as she gripped the steering wheel. "I think we are in serious trouble." The ghostly figures became more numerous and more agitated the farther we traveled. They were all pointing in the same direction, towards something ahead of us on the road that we could not yet see through the fog. Suddenly, the Packard in front of us slammed on its brakes and swerved violently to the left. As the fog cleared for just a moment, we could see why. The road ahead simply ended, not at a bridge or intersection, but just stopped, as if someone had cut it off with a giant knife. Beyond where the pavement ended, there was nothing but empty space and clouds. Lauren hit the brakes hard, and our SUV skidded to a stop just yards from the edge of the road. We sat there in stunned silence, staring at the impossible sight before us. We were somehow driving on a highway that existed in midair, suspended over what appeared to be a vast canyon or void. The ghostly figures surrounded our car, and now we could see them clearly. They were all accident victims, people who had driven over that same edge and fallen to their deaths. They had been trying to warn us, to save us from joining their eternal vigil on this impossible road. One of the spirits, an elderly man in a suit from the 1940s, approached Lauren's window and placed his translucent hand on the glass. When he spoke, we could somehow hear his voice inside our heads rather than through our ears. "You must turn back," he said. "Follow the lights behind you. Do not look back once you start moving. This road does not belong in your time." Lauren managed to reverse the SUV and turn around, despite the concrete barriers that had somehow disappeared. As we drove back through the fog, following distant lights that seemed to be guiding us, the ghostly figures waved farewell and gradually faded from view. The fog began to lift, and the strange road signs changed back to normal English text. The mile markers returned to their proper sequence, and our GPS suddenly showed our correct location on a normal Vermont state highway. When we finally reached the interstate and continued to our destination, we tried to make sense of what had happened. We had somehow driven onto a highway that existed outside of normal space and time, a road that collected lost travelers from different historical periods and led them to their doom. We never found any record of the road we had traveled on that night. The detour signs that had led us there were gone when we returned home, and construction officials insisted that no emergency bridge repairs had been scheduled for that weekend. Lauren and I still take our annual trips together, but we never deviate from major highways, and we always travel during daylight hours. We learned that there are roads in this world that do not appear on any map. Highways that exist in the spaces between reality where the lost and the dead continue their eternal journeys. Some detours lead to destinations that were never meant for the living, and sometimes the best navigation tool is the wisdom to turn around when the road ahead seems too strange to be real. The ghostly figures who saved us that night continue to watch over that impossible highway, warning other travelers before they too become permanent residents of a road that leads nowhere. My name is Robert and I am from Arizona. I have been a long-haul trucker for over 15 years, and in that time I have seen and heard things that would make most people question their sanity. The incident I am going to describe happened 2 years ago during what should have been a routine delivery run from Phoenix to Chicago. This experience taught me that the CB radio can be both a lifeline and a trap, and that sometimes the voice asking for help on the airwaves belongs to someone who should never be trusted. I have always loved the freedom of the open road and the independence that comes with being a long-haul driver. There is something peaceful about driving through the night with nothing but the hum of the engine and the occasional chatter on the CB radio to keep you company. Over the years, I have made many friends through that radio, fellow drivers who look out for each other and share information about road conditions, weather, and places to stop for food and fuel. The CB radio culture among truckers is something special. We have our own language, our own code of ethics, and our own way of watching out for one another. When a driver is in trouble, whether it is a mechanical breakdown or a medical emergency, the trucking community rallies to help. That sense of brotherhood and mutual support is one of the things I love most about this profession. It was a Thursday evening in late November when I left Phoenix with a load of electronics bound for a distribution center outside Chicago. The weather forecast looked good, and I was planning to make the run in 3 days with overnight stops in Flagstaff and Kansas City. I had made this route dozens of times before, so I was not anticipating any problems. The first day went exactly as planned. I made good time across Arizona and into New Mexico, stopping only for fuel and the required rest breaks. As night fell, I was approaching Albuquerque when I first heard the voice that would change everything about my trip. Breaker 19, this is Lost Highway, looking for any eastbound drivers who might be able to lend a hand, came a clear voice over Channel 19. The caller sounded like a middle-aged man, and his tone suggested he was genuinely distressed about something. I keyed my microphone and responded, "This is Desert Eagle eastbound on I-40 near Albuquerque. What kind of help do you need, Lost Highway?" "Desert Eagle, thank God someone answered," he replied with obvious relief. "My rig broke down about 30 miles east of your position. Engine just quit on me completely, and I do not have cell service out here. I have got a load of perishables that needs to get to Denver, and I am running out of time." I have been in similar situations myself, so I understood his urgency. When you are hauling perishable goods, every hour counts, and a breakdown can cost you thousands of dollars in spoiled merchandise. "What is your exact location, Lost Highway?" I asked. "I can call for a tow truck or mechanical assistance when I get to an area with better cell coverage." I am at mile marker 267, pulled off on the shoulder just past the Moriarty exit, he responded. There is a truck stop about 5 miles ahead where you could probably get some help. I would really appreciate anything you can do. I checked my atlas and confirmed that I would be passing his location in about 40 minutes. Mile marker 267 was indeed just past the Moriarty exit, in a stretch of highway that I knew was pretty desolate at night. I told Lost Highway that I would stop and see if there was anything I could do to help. As I approached mile marker 267, I slowed down and started looking for his disabled truck. The area was exactly as isolated as I had expected. Just empty desert on both sides of the highway with no buildings or other vehicles in sight. But I could not see any broken down truck on the shoulder. I keyed my CB radio again. Lost Highway, this is Desert Eagle. I am at mile marker 267, but I do not see your rig. Are you sure about your location? Desert Eagle, I can see your headlights, came his immediate response. I am pulled off about 200 yards ahead on your right. You should see me any second now. I continued driving slowly, scanning the shoulder for any sign of a disabled truck, but the highway remained empty. After another mile, I tried the radio again. Lost Highway, I have passed mile marker 268 and I still do not see you. Can you flash your lights or give me some other landmark? This time, his response was different. His voice was colder, more calculated. Desert Eagle, why do not you take the next exit and double back? I am definitely here and I really need your help. Something about his tone made me uneasy. In 15 years of trucking, I had helped countless drivers in distress, and they were always grateful and apologetic about the inconvenience. Lost Highway sounded too calm, too controlling. My instincts told me that something was not right about this situation. Instead of taking the next exit as he had suggested, I continued eastbound and got on the CB to see if any other drivers had heard from Lost Highway or seen his disabled truck. Breaker 19. This is Desert Eagle looking for any drivers who might have seen a breakdown near mile marker 267 westbound, I called out. The response I got chilled me to the bone. It came from a driver using the handle Roadmaster who sounded like an older, experienced trucker. Desert Eagle, you need to stay away from that area, Roadmaster said urgently. The voice you have been talking to does not belong to any stranded driver. There have been reports about that same call sign and similar distress calls for the past 6 months. 3 drivers have gone missing after responding to requests for help from someone using that handle. My blood ran cold as I processed what Roadmaster was telling me. Are you saying Lost Highway is not a real trucker in distress? Asked. That is exactly what I am saying, Roadmaster confirmed. The state police have been investigating a series of incidents where drivers have disappeared after receiving CB calls for help in remote areas. The MO is always the same. Someone claiming to be broken down in an isolated location asking for assistance, then luring Good Samaritans into a trap. As if he had been listening to our conversation, Lost Highway's voice came back on the radio, but now all pretense of being in distress was gone. Desert Eagle, I know you are still out there, he said with a voice that made my skin crawl. You passed right by me and now you are talking to other drivers about me. That was not very neighborly of you. The fact that he had been watching me drive by proved that he was indeed in the area but obviously not disabled or in need of help. I was dealing with someone who used the CB radio to hunt for victims among the trucking community. Roadmaster, I think this guy has been watching me, I radioed. He knows I drove past his supposed location and he is still trying to get me to come back. Get out of that area as fast as you can, Roadmaster advised. Contact the state police as soon as you have cell coverage and report the incident. This predator has been using our own communication system against us. Over the next several hours, as I continued toward my destination, other truckers joined the conversation on Channel 19. What I learned was terrifying. The person calling himself Lost Highway had been targeting long-haul drivers for months, using different variations of breakdown scenarios to lure them to remote locations. According to the information shared by other drivers, his method was to monitor CB traffic and identify solo drivers traveling through isolated areas late at night. He would then call for help using plausible scenarios, mechanical breakdowns, medical emergencies, or requests for directions that would appeal to the helpful nature of the trucking community. The 3 drivers who had disappeared were all experienced professionals who would normally be cautious about stopping in remote areas. But the CB radio created a false sense of security because they believed they were helping a fellow trucker in genuine distress. One driver, Handle Mountain Man, shared that he had actually encountered Lost Highway in person 3 weeks earlier. He had responded to a similar distress call near Flagstaff and found a man standing beside what appeared to be a disabled pickup truck. But when Mountain Man offered to help, the man pulled out a weapon and demanded that Mountain Man get out of his truck. Mountain Man had managed to escape by driving away at high speed, but not before getting a good look at the perpetrator. He described him as a middle-aged white male with a scraggly beard, driving a dark-colored pickup truck with CB equipment that he used to impersonate stranded drivers. The state police eventually caught the man responsible for the Lost Highway incidents. His real name was Dale Kruger, and he was a former truck driver who had lost his commercial license after multiple DUI arrests. He had been using his knowledge of trucking culture and CB protocols to target drivers for robbery and worse. The investigation revealed that Kruger had murdered at least 2 of the missing drivers and seriously injured several others. He would use their CB radios and truck identification to continue his scam until the heat became too intense in one area, then move to a different state and start over. The case changed how many truckers use their CB radios. While the sense of community and mutual support remains strong, drivers are now more cautious about responding to calls for help in remote areas, especially from unfamiliar voices or call signs. I still use my CB radio every day, and I still believe in helping fellow drivers when they are genuinely in need. But the Lost Highway incident taught me that predators can exploit even the most positive aspects of human nature. Sometimes the voice asking for help belongs to someone who should never be trusted, and the road that leads to a fellow trucker in distress can actually lead straight into a trap. The highway remains a place where strangers help strangers survive the long, lonely miles between destinations. But we must remember that not everyone on the airwaves has honorable intentions, and sometimes the most dangerous predators are those who speak our language and know our culture well enough to use it against us. My name is Lisa, and I am from Washington. The experience I am about to share with you happened 3 years ago during one of the most emotionally devastating nights of my life. I was forced to drive through a stretch of highway that locals had warned me about for years. A road where travelers reported encounters with spirits who refused to rest. What happened to me that night changed my understanding of death, grief, and the unfinished business that can keep souls tethered to this world long after their bodies have given up. My younger brother Michael had been battling cancer for 2 years, and despite every treatment available, his condition had taken a sudden turn for the worse. I received the call from the hospital at 11:30 on a Tuesday night, telling me that Michael was not expected to survive until morning, and that I needed to come immediately if I wanted to say goodbye. The drive from Seattle to the small town of Centralia normally takes about 2 hours, but the most direct route includes a 15-mile stretch of Highway 12 that has an unsettling reputation among locals. This particular section of road winds through dense forest and crosses several old bridges, and for decades people have reported encounters with hitchhikers, phantom vehicles, and apparitions of accident victims who died along that route. Under normal circumstances, I would have taken a longer alternate route to avoid that notorious stretch of highway, especially late at night when most of the supernatural encounters reportedly occur. But with Michael dying, I could not afford to add an extra hour to my journey. Every minute counted, and I was willing to risk whatever supernatural experiences others had encountered if it meant reaching my brother's bedside while he was still alive. I left Seattle just after midnight, driving my Honda Accord through empty city streets and onto the interstate. The weather was typical for November in Washington: cold, damp, and foggy, with a light rain that made visibility challenging even with my windshield wipers running constantly. As I drove south, I tried to prepare myself emotionally for what I would find when I reached the hospital. Michael and I had always been close despite our 6-year age difference. When our parents divorced when I was 16, Michael and I became each other's primary source of stability and support. We had promised each other that we would always be there for each other no matter what challenges life brought our way. The thought of losing him was unbearable, but I knew that being present during his final moments was the most important thing I could do for him. It was around 1:30 in the morning when I reached the beginning of the haunted stretch of Highway 12. The fog had grown thicker as I left the interstate and entered the forested area, and my visibility was reduced to maybe 50 yards in any direction. The road was completely empty, no other vehicles in either direction, no roadside businesses, just dense woods and the occasional glimpse of old bridges and abandoned buildings through the mist. I was about 5 miles into this section when I first noticed the elderly woman in my passenger seat. She simply materialized beside me without any sound or warning, as if she had been there all along and I was just now noticing her presence. My initial reaction was startled surprise, but strangely I did not feel frightened or threatened by her appearance. The woman appeared to be in her 70s, with silver hair pinned back in a neat bun and wearing a dark blue dress that looked like it was from the 1950s or 1960s. Her hands were folded in her lap, and she was staring straight ahead through the windshield with a peaceful expression on her face. She seemed completely solid and real, not translucent or ghostly like I would have expected from a supernatural encounter. "Good evening, dear," she said in a gentle voice that reminded me of my own grandmother. "I hope you do not mind the company. It gets quite lonely waiting by the roadside, and it has been such a long time since I have had someone to talk with." Despite the impossibility of the situation, I found myself responding naturally to her presence. "I do not mind at all," I replied, though I have to admit I was not expecting to pick up a passenger tonight. She smiled warmly and nodded. "I am sure this is quite surprising for you. My name is Dorothy, and I have been traveling this road for quite some time now, waiting for the right person to help me complete my journey." As we continued down the foggy highway, Dorothy began to tell me her story. She had lived in Centralia for most of her adult life, working as a nurse at the same hospital where my brother was currently dying. In 1962, she had been driving home from a late shift when her car had skidded on a patch of black ice and crashed into one of the bridge abutments along this stretch of highway. "I died instantly," she explained matter-of-factly, "but I never made it to where I was supposed to go next. I had made a promise to my grandson that I would be there when his time came, but I died before I could keep that promise. So I have been waiting on this road ever since, hoping to find someone who could help me reach him." I was beginning to understand why Dorothy had appeared in my car specifically. "Your grandson, is he at the hospital in Centralia?" I asked. "He is," she confirmed. "His name is Michael Patterson, and he is very sick. I promised him when he was a little boy that I would never leave him alone when he needed me most. Even death should not break a promise made to someone you love." My heart nearly stopped. Michael Patterson was my brother's full name, though he had always gone by Michael Davis after our mother remarried. But Patterson had been his original surname, our father's name before the divorce. "Dorothy, I think your grandson is my brother," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I am driving to the hospital right now because Michael is dying tonight." Dorothy turned to look at me directly for the first time, and I could see tears in her eyes. "Then you must be Lisa," she said. Michael used to tell me stories about his big sister who always looked out for him. He said you were the strongest person he knew, and that he hoped he could be brave like you if he ever had to face something really difficult. I had never heard Michael mention a grandmother named Dorothy, but as she continued talking, I realized why. Dorothy had died when Michael was only 3 years old, too young to retain clear memories of her. But she had been there during his earliest years, caring for him while our mother worked, singing him to sleep and making the kind of promises that grandmothers make to children they love unconditionally. "He does not remember me," Dorothy said sadly. "But I have been watching over him his whole life, even though I could not be physically present. When I learned he was sick, I started waiting on this road, hoping someone would come along who could help me reach him in his final moments." As we approached Centralia, Dorothy began to fade, becoming more translucent with each passing mile, but her voice remained clear and comforting. "Tell Michael that Grandma Dorothy kept her promise," she said. "Tell him that he was never alone, not even when he felt scared or abandoned. I have been with him every step of the way, and I will be waiting for him when he is ready to let go." Dorothy disappeared completely just as I pulled into the hospital parking lot, but I could still feel her presence somehow, as if she was walking beside me as I hurried through the lobby and up to Michael's room. I found him awake and alert, despite what the doctors had told me about his condition. "Lisa, you made it," he said with a weak smile. "I was hoping I could hang on until you got here." I sat down beside his bed and took his hand. "Michael, I have a message for you from someone who loves you very much. Grandma Dorothy wants you to know that she kept her promise, and that you have never been alone." Michael's eyes widened with surprise and then filled with tears. "Grandma Dorothy? But how could you know about her? I barely remember her." "She has been watching over you your whole life," I explained. "She has been waiting for this moment so she could be here when you need her most." Over the next few hours, as Michael peacefully slipped away, I could sense Dorothy's presence in the room with us. She had finally completed her decades-long journey and fulfilled the promise she had made to a 3-year-old boy who needed to know he was loved. Michael passed away just before dawn, with a peaceful smile on his face and my hand holding his. The nurses said they had never seen someone transition so calmly, as if he was being welcomed by someone he trusted completely. I have driven that stretch of Highway 12 several times since Michael's death, but I have never again encountered Dorothy or any other supernatural presence. I believe she fulfilled her purpose and was finally able to move on to whatever comes after this life, knowing that she had kept her word to the little boy she loved. The experience taught me that love transcends death, and that the promises we make to each other can be powerful enough to keep us connected across impossible distances and years of separation. Sometimes the people who appear in our lives when we need them most are not coincidental encounters, but the fulfillment of promises made long ago by souls who refuse to abandon those they love.